Well, hello everyone. I'm Kinnin11, and this is Okamiden. So we'll just jump right in. I'll tell you when the timer starts. You might notice that I'm selecting Greenhorn here. I'll explain later why that is a useful thing for speedrun. So you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. So at the start we have to skip a bunch of cutscenes, so we're just gonna press the select button a lot. This game takes place 9 months after the original Okami. And once again, the world is going to be in a proper mess. So, Amaterasu sends down her son, Chibiterasu, to help the world out. And this is Chibiterasu. And we're gonna go straight into the fight. And I have to text mesh instantly. So, a lot of the text in this game is meshable. The way I mesh for it is with 2 buttons. Because the first press will make the text go instantly, and the second press will just advance it. So we started with the fight as well. The targeting system in this game is horrible. You might hear me be really annoyed by it a bunch of times. And that is the fight. Quite easy. And more cutscene skips. So I'm playing New Game. Luckily for this game, we can skip cutscenes in New Game, which is really nice. And this is the brush thing. And I failed it. That is amazing. This game loves circles. So why are you failing? So the main gimmick about most, about Okami games in general is the brush. And with the brush you can manipulate the world. So by pressing the L or R button, the screen will slide down and I can use the touchscreen to draw things, which is really nice. Now the game explains to me how ink works. I have 3 ink pots, and and they don't regenerate when you use them. Because I'm playing on Greenhorn, however, whenever I lose all my ink, after a while I'll get all my ink back. Which is nice. And that is the main reason why we play on Greenhorn, because that makes ink management a lot easier for certain sections, especially at the beginning. Later on we will be buying certain items that will give us ink back, which is nice, which makes it a lot easier to manage our ink. This is Dr. Redbeard. Hello, Dr. Redbeard. He is the quote-unquote owner of Yakushi village, which we are in right now. And this is a save mirror, which we will never be using to save with. Because we only have 1 save file, and the save file I have on here is New Game Plus, and I like to not lose my New Game Plus file. If you don't mind me. So now we're gonna leave Yakushi village, because we kind of want to figure out what's going on, because something weird is going on. So this is kind of annoying, I need to be a little careful. Almost every single dialogue option, except for like 2, defaults on no. So every time I know there's one coming, I just have to slow down my text mashing so I don't accidentally press no. Because that usually loses me a bunch of time. So here I'm just mashing 2 buttons at the same time, waiting for some text. And there we go. So another thing about this game is the movement works a little bit differently than you would expect from 3D games. The way you move is you basically hold, in this case, forward. And Chibi will follow on a certain path. I can just keep holding forward and it'll just follow a certain road that also goes left and right and stuff like that. So the important thing about the movement in this game is I'm trying to find the fastest path. So you saw me strafe to the left a little bit to make sure that I'm cutting the corner as close as I can. And that's the most important thing about movement in this game. Because Chibi will just, I'm just holding forward right now and he will turn to the left a little bit. But I don't want that because this is slightly shorter. So here I'm just doing that. The start of the game is pretty calm and chill. Most of the game is pretty calm and chill, to be honest. So we got this nice arrow to follow. And then we get some more cutscenes. So now shit's really hitting the fan. And the Konohana tree has been split in two by a random thunderbolt, which obviously isn't random. So we're gonna fix it. So we get ourselves a constellation. Now the way you do constellations in this game is by tracing out their thing, and that was really bad. You try to do this quickly as possible. You can actually skip drawing certain aspects of a constellation, but it can be a little bit iffy. And now we get a little cutscene. So the brush power that we just learned is the brush power of restoration, of rejuvenation, my bad. The way you use it is you trace an outline of the thing you want to fix. So in this case I want to fix the Konohana tree, so I trace an outline of the Konohana tree. Easy enough. And then we get more cutscenes. So the world is still in a pretty big mess right now. But we like to check out how the villagers are doing, so we're just going to be doing that right now. So, once again, just like in the first game, now all the villagers have turned into stone, which is bad. So we're just gonna check 3 of them to see if they're all okay, or all like this. Okay. Ooh, oh, that one was stone too. Oh, whoops. Sometimes I mesh a bit too much. There we go. Now we're gonna check out how Shinshu Field is doing. See if that place is also, well, a complete mess right now. And it is. There's a giant cursed zone over here. Well, that's not very nice. Should probably try and see if we can fix any of this. So now we're gonna walk all the way back. Okay, there we go. So just like the original game, there's a lot of movement, moving around back and forth to certain spots, and it's just chill, really. So just enjoy Chibi Terasu's butthole, because you'll be seeing it a lot, and now that I've mentioned it, you probably won't be able to keep your eyes off of it. I know I can't. Yeah. Buttholes. Then we draw a sun, and suddenly, for some reason, because we drew the sun, the world is a slightly better place now. But of course, we still want to check out how everyone's doing, so we're going to run all the way back down again. Now, another thing about this game, compared to the original game, is that your freedom is very limited. You can't just jump off certain sections and jump down. And you're already noticing that there's a lot of loading zones. This is mostly due to the limitations of the DS, but it's fine. So here we get another fight. So an important aspect about fights is that you're trying to clear everything off the screen as quickly as possible. So all these items you see here need to be off the actual arena before the game will let you continue. The best way to do that is to stand right on top of the enemy that is killed, because then you instantly get everything. So the last one, you want to try and do that as much as possible. So here we're going to rejuvenate a scarecrow. And do that pretty quickly. And it worked. Nice. And that is a little bit harder than you think sometimes. At the same time, the game is pretty non-strict about its outlines. Okay, so now we're gonna walk outside again. At least we're gonna try to. But then there's Susano over here. Hello, Susano. And he has blocked the exit to Kamiki Village with a giant boulder once more. So we have to find a way to get past it. Sadly, we don't have KTs, so we actually have to do it the intended way. Here we meet a little girl who's lost her mirror, and that's bad. And then the son of Susano, Kuni, comes along and vows to find it back. And now we have a partner on our back who calls us Pooch or Mutt. Don't remember. There are so many nicknames for Chibi. So there was a little bit of foreshadowing about Kuni. I don't fully remember what his character arc is. It's not very important, to be very honest. To me, at least. Then we just walk up. So usually, where we're going right now is called the Cave of Nagi. And usually the Cave of Nagi is, like in the original game, it was in the Konohana tree, but for some reason this one is on the the sun altar. So this is the Cave of Nagi. This is a tutorial section, basically, where we learn a little bit about the game. A little bit of the aspects. One of the things that is very important to learn is that you almost have to examine everything you do. Like, if you want to, you can't just like randomly rejuvenate this bridge, for instance. I have to press A on it. I have to like examine it before I'm able to do it. And that makes for a little bit of annoyances. There we go. So there's these enemies, which are a little annoying, but most of the time I'll be using them to regain ink, which is nice. So here you have this bridge, and you can't go on it with two people. So what the game suggests is that I let off Kuni, which I'm going to be doing with the X button. This is a very important gimmick in the entire game, and you'll be see me do it with a lot of my characters. So I'm gonna re-grab him, and we're gonna go back. A lot of the puzzles in this game are based around moving your partner around like this. And there is a brush power connected to it as well. So I'm gonna put Kuni over there, press the button, and another bridge appears. So these yellow buttons mean that I can press it with anyone, which is pretty easy. Also, a theme in this game is forced fights. There are a lot of forced fights, and luckily they do give a lot of yen, which makes routing the money pretty easy in this game. Like, you never have to grind for any yen at all, ever. So another thing you might notice during fights is that my partner, Kuni, is also fighting. Like, he's jumping out and he's cutting enemies. Okay, got everything. Nice. And every partner has their own special ability that they use in fights. Some of them are really useful, some of them are just straight up the most annoying thing ever. But yeah. These blue buttons you can only press if you're with your partner, if your partner's on your back. Otherwise you can't press those buttons. So here I'm putting Kuni down pretty early. That is to skip a cutscene, because the further you walk in, at one point Kuni's like, hey, we need a key for this door, so you better get it. And we can just skip that. And those two are in a horrible position. I've never seen them do that before. Nice RNG. Ow. So these red things I cannot move over at all. Only Kuni can, but we cannot control Kuni to do it right now. So we're gonna go over to this statue, and we get another constellation. And this constellation gives us the ability of guidance. Now you might have an idea of what guidance does, since I've been talking about it a little bit. More text matching. So we let down Kuni with the X button, and then we draw a line from Kuni to where we want him to go. And you saw that the line turned red. That means that I got it. For instance, he can open chests for me. And, oh, that should have worked. That is weird. And then we can guide him back to us. And if he's carrying an item and we re-grab him, he gives us that item. In this case, a Spirit Ink, which is nice. We will be needing it at one point. But this way we can also solve certain puzzles like this one, where we guide Kuni on a button. And a lot of the puzzles in this game are based around moving your partner around, and makes for a pretty fun experience. So here is a pretty big one. I'm pretty fast when I go here, so these spikes in the middle will never hurt Kuni, which is nice. If you're a little bit slow about it, the spikes will hit him and you'll have to redraw the guidance line, which is somewhat annoying. So a big part about this game is just optimizing your brush. I'm currently pretty fast with it. You're also trying to like be fast with it but not make a mistake. Luckily in this game, when you make a mistake with your brush, you can press the B button and that will instantly clear what you've drawn, so you can redraw it quickly again, instead of having to like go out of the menu and then back into it. So when I said that outlines are pretty weird in this game sometimes, I mean this should work. Yeah, it worked. That was a beautiful flower, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I took so much effort into it. There is actually a constellation where you can literally skip a part of the constellation. When we get to it, you'll see. Okay, that wasn't very good, but it worked. Because this game is good. So now we've learned the ability of Power Slash. Now you can guess what Power Slash does. It slashes things. Yep. And it's probably the most useful ability we have, because we can also use it in battles. And I will be using it quite often to cheese some fights and make them go pretty quickly. And the game actually also tells you to do it. Right now, we're gonna get a bunch of enemies, and Kuni's like, oh my god, we should use the Power Slash to hit all 3 of them. Wow, you've read my mind. So the thing about the brush that you might notice right now is that by mashing the brush button, I can do frame perfect brush strokes. So I can just, every frame I can just pause buffer brush strokes, which is really useful, and we will use it to cheese a boss really hard later on. God damn, I wasn't standing properly. And yes, I have a drink here because 6 hours without water is just not possible for me. So now that we've learned a few abilities, one of which we might be needing to cut through a certain boulder, we will go back down to the town. So here, the game is like, hey, you should Power Slash these things. And apparently, under certain circumstances, if you don't do that, that will soft lock your game. But I've never actually experienced it myself. So I just ignore it. But someone actually managed to soft lock the game by not doing it. And I still don't understand what he did. I've asked him about it and he was like, I don't know what happened. So here we go into the sake house, because there is a broken sake barrel that needs fixing. That was beautiful, and it worked. So a thing about doing certain things in the world by fixing them or helping people out is that you get praise orbs. Now, in the original game, you could allocate where those praise went, but in this game, the game does that for you. So you get this little cutscene where your praise is full and everything, and in this case, we get an extra piece of health. The more you get, like, you'll get more health and ink, and it'll just build up until at one point you just have enough. So now we're gonna check on the boulder, and we're gonna try and convince Susano to let us through. Now that we can cut it down, but Susano is driving a hard bargain. He doesn't want to let us through, but he's in the mood for some sake, so let's find him some sake. It's probably somewhere in his house. So the reason why we fixed the barrel is to make sure that this this piece of sake actually appeared. And then we're gonna grab it. Oops, that's the wrong button to mash. There we go. So now we got some sake for Susano, which he loves a lot. So we're gonna help him out. We're gonna give it to him. Because we're nice people like that. So now we give him sake, and you know what sake always does to people? It makes them fall asleep. So now we can finally do something about the boulder. So we're gonna use a power slash. But sadly, that's not enough. That's completely not enough. So now we learn probably one of the worst mechanics in this game. It is slashing over the line someone else has made. This mechanic will get me mad like nothing else, because if you mess up a little bit and it looks like you didn't, for some reason the game is sometimes like, you know what? No, that's not good enough. And you just have to do certain sections completely from the beginning. And it's really horrible. So now we learn about demon scrolls. Demon scrolls are pretty big trolls. They will chase after you. And getting into those fights basically loses you about half a minute, so you try to avoid them as much as possible. So now we're gonna go to Hana Valley, but the crank to the gate is sadly broken, so we're gonna fix it. Because we can do those things. There we go. However, as Kuni tries to pull the lever, he's not strong enough, so we need to try and find some help from someone who's actually strong, unlike Kuni. So we're gonna talk to the nameless man, and he's like, you know what, no, I don't want to help you, so it's a bit of a dick. But at the same time, right afterwards, he asks us to find his pottery stuff, which is located in Hana Valley, weirdly enough. Luckily, Susano runs after us because he's woken up, and he will hold the gate open for us while we go in and try and fix Hana Valley. He's a nice guy like that. So this is Hana Valley. It's seen better days, especially because it's on a horrible console kappa. So again, just some movement. And we're forced to do a power slash here to get through. Should have done a little earlier, but it's fine. Again, I'm only holding the up button here, for instance, because the turns are just automatic. So here it is, this beautiful slab that is broken, and that was really horrible, but for some reason the game agreed with it. I'll take it. Yeah, I want to mash like this. Sometimes I want to mash by tapping the touchscreen, because that way I have my hand close to it, so I can quickly draw a circle, for instance. A thing about circles, you might notice that I'm drawing them pretty slowly. I could draw them a lot quicker, but if I draw them really quickly, for some reason the game doesn't agree with it, and is like, you know what? Draw them slowly, please. So, okay, game. If you want me to draw them slowly, I'll draw them slowly for you. So the thing you might notice, I've run out of ink right now. That is completely fine. Because I'm playing on Greenhorn, I will regain 3 ink very soon. Should be around here. There we go. It's only like a second without ink when I needed it, so it's fine. Could be a lot worse, and you'll see that later on. Ink management is a pretty big thing in this game. And sometimes you'll see me go out of my way to break certain pots or kill certain enemies to make sure I'll have enough ink for a little later on. So here we cut this boulder. And for some reason, these logs will stay put there. Even though it looks like they will just move over. So these buttons are pretty special. They can be activated by just standing with one person on it. In this case, if I go off of with one button, both the spikes will go down. Sometimes you have to stand on both those kinds of buttons. It's kind of interesting how it works. So this is a mighty old boulder, and we're gonna cut it in two. Oh, that might not have worked. Okay, it worked. I'm still not very familiar with when the game likes your drawings, quote unquote. So sometimes I'll be wondering why it accepted it and why it didn't accept it. And here's another gimmick about the game. I do not currently have the brush power that is associated with this enemy. This game likes doing that a lot, and it makes certain fights really obnoxious, and I'm very unhappy with it. But for this enemy, it doesn't really matter much. I can just whack him to death. Okay, where are we now? Oh, over here. Cool. So here we're just moving through as quickly as we can. So yeah, a lot of this game is movement based. God damn, I messed that up. Messing up a piece of brushwork is kind of annoying. It does lose you like 5 seconds, something like that. So here we have a little bit of a puzzle. You have to guide Kuni to the other button, and by pressing these buttons, he will move a little bit. By going off the button a little early, you could see like Kuni like slightly teleporting forward. I found that like 2 days ago. It's a pretty cool little speed strat. And then we get another constellation. There we go. And this constellation gives us the power of bloom. Now, if you've seen Okami runs in the past, you'll know what bloom does, but if you haven't, just wait a little bit for shit to load, because loading takes a while on this thing. Draw a circle on a dead tree and it blooms to beautiful cherry blossoms. And it's very useful. It's not very useful or anything, but it's an integral part of the story because we have to restore the great trees of the world to restore the lands so we can actually do things in them. Bloom is also the brush power that is associated with these enemies. However, because of the amount of time it takes you to draw everything and how long the menu takes to appear, it's actually just faster to whack them. It kind of depends on the enemy, but some enemies it's not worth doing their specific brush power things for, and this is one of them. So here we go back into this area, and to be able to progress, we need to bloom all the trees that are in here. So I'm going to do that as quickly as I can. Come on. On this tree we can bloom from over here, so we don't even have to jump down or anything. I will need some ink though. There's... Come on. Thank you. Because there is one more tree here, so I had to kill a frog to get some ink. Or I think they're actually toads, but whatever. And once again we go into a forced fight, because this game likes forced fights. It is very, very, very used to them. So these are 4 imps. I have exactly enough ink for them, which is nice. Because every power slash costs half an ink pot. So we can just kill 4 of them with 3 power slashes. And we get all of our ink back. Which is really nice. Who? Okay, so here we have another little puzzle that we need to solve. It's not really that amazing of a puzzle. These frogs are really annoying. So put Kuni down there and that'll drain the water. If I take Kuni off, it'll instantly raise it again, and I need to press that yellow button under the altar. So we're gonna... Wow, these positions of these frogs. Holy... They're in the worst spots. So, now we have to go into that door. Now, I could walk all the way around, but the easier way is to just move Kuni off, and I get damage boosted right up there. Which is pretty nice. And Kuni is in the right spot, so we can just grab him and go in here. So here, I'm gonna try and cut that thing as well to get some ink. So we're cutting these pillars so we can move to the back of this area. And why do we want to be there? Well, there is a specific ball that we need. This pillar, for some reason, we have to rejuvenate first with a beautiful rectangle. Apparently you need to be the game wants you to be precise with it, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, that was too early. And then we cut it again. So this pot over here is a little bit of RNG. It either has... Okay, it either has Rice Bowl 2 or it has Ink 2. This one had Rice Bowl 2, which is annoying because I need ink. So now I'm a little bit starved for ink, which is bad. I need to think, do I wait it out? I think there's not enough ink here, so it's actually smarter to wait it out for a moment. I'll end up having to wait it out anyways later, even if I grab extra ink from the pot over there. Because that pot only gives 1 ink and not 2 ink, which I need 2 ink to be able to do everything properly. So yeah, once again, ink management is pretty important in this game, and I got a little bit unlucky. So this is the ball. The ball is annoying. If I go too fast, I will clip like that. I will clip through the ball. So you're trying to just push it and wait for it to move. Because you can move way faster than the ball does. You want to try to get it on that platform. This is not the first ball you will see. Luckily there's only one more ball, so you don't have to deal with that. So here we can instantly bloom this, but... It's like, huh? Nothing's happening. How could that be? So we check it out, and then we can draw a sun to make it grow. Because that is the whole thing about the altar and stuff like that. And then it turns all big. Won't you look at that beautiful tree? Well, it's kind of dead though. So we're gonna bloom it. Do I have to wait? Please, this should work. Game. Thank you. But sadly, the blooming doesn't work. There are still evil spirits about. And suddenly that opens up. So we better check it out. Then we get into this fight. My ink is just horrible. It's really annoying. Usually you just kind of cheese the imps in this fight, the green guys. And then you go to work on the clam. But because the ink route just got really screwed over, I just have to do this by hitting everything. Just kind of slow. So yeah, once again, the ink route is important, and I just got screwed over. So here we're gonna go into our first boss fight. As we go down, Kuni gets all scared and stuff like that and runs away. So we have to do this alone. So this boss fight is kind of weird. Whenever he attacks, I do the dodge kind of inside of him, and for some reason that will allow me to not get hit. If I hurt him enough, he will do this move, and I have to cut his belly button. And that will make him spew out one of the orbs that the Guardian Sapling uses to become strong again. And then for some reason Kuni comes back and decides to help us out finally. Oh, oops, I can just guide from the start. I kind of got that. So now we have to guide Kuni to the proper place. When you see that tongue lash come out from Master Anura, as he is called, he will try to attack Kuni, so we hit him until he stops doing that. Otherwise we lose a bunch of time to having to move Kuni again and everything. So now he calls up on his friends, the little toads. Yeah, okay, I didn't dodge there in time. So now we just hit him until he is on a certain health. There we go. And then he'll do another jump attack. Now you got a beautiful shot of the belly button. I could mash the brush button, but if I do, nothing will be on screen properly, which is somewhat annoying. It does that sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't allow me to do it. It's very random. Well, at least it feels random. So now we hit him again a bunch of times. So a thing you might have noticed, when you're hitting bosses, sometimes ink will pop out, which is somewhat nice. So for this final phase, he has a giant clam on his belly button, which we will bloom off, and then we can just cut his belly button, even though the clam is technically still in front of it, but nobody cares. So now we have to guide Kuni to do the things again. A funny thing is, if I hit Anura too much here, he will actually, I will actually have to redo this phase. So I try to not do that. There we go, and that was Master Anura. Pretty straightforward fight. And then we skip the cutscene of him dying, basically. And then we get money. And then we can finally bloom the tree. And that will heal Hana Valley back up to full and everything, so... And for some reason it also opens up a shortcut to the start. And we get enough praise for another quote-unquote level up. Which this time will give us ink. Which is nice, because we like having a good amount of ink. And then we go all the way back. So once again, Kuni reminds us that we can bloom that, but it's slow to do that, so we don't. And then we go down here. Again, trying to find the most optimal line to take to get the corners right. So here we get reunited with Susano. And, oh, another thing, Anura also apparently had the mirror of the little girl, so we're gonna go to the little girl and we're gonna give it to her. However, there's a pretty big problem with it, and that is that the mirror is broken, so we have to fix it. Oh, first try. That doesn't happen very often. The game doesn't like circles. So now everything is good and well. And now the Konohana tree is almost like dying and everything, so we quickly have to fix it. Give me input. I'm gonna draw another circle. And now it's all bloomed. Yay! There we go. More cutscenes to skip. And more praise. Now we're gonna go back down to the village and we're gonna go to Shinshu Field. Because Shinshu Field still needs fixing. Oh my god, the lag. Another thing about this game that you might have noticed a bit is that it tends to lag a bit on certain areas. It's one of the reasons why we go by in-game time, because that removes all lag in the timer, which is nice. Which also, and like the difference between RTA and in-game time is over 20 minutes, so that's a lot of lag that gets removed. So there's the Guardian sapling that we have to fix. And there we go. Now we've fixed Shinshu Field, and it's all beautiful again. Seems to be someone in trouble, though. There's smoke signals. Better help them out. Now we get both an ink pot and a solar unit, which is nice. And we're gonna go to see if he needs help. Well, he needs help, obviously, but see what we can do for him. So here I'm jumping over these things to cut some corners. Shouldn't really be saying that. Again, we're trying to find the most optimal line all the time. Another thing that I'm using to steer is the camera. On the second screen you can see these arrows on the side of the map. Those are your camera controls, and they are very, very wonky. If you tap them, they barely like move your camera until a certain amount of time. Like there's a very big amount of delay. And when you hold it for too long, sometimes it just goes way too fast and way too far, which is annoying. So this fight has a bit of a tutorial, and we're gonna skip that tutorial by doing frame perfect power slashes. The moment he lands on the ground, he will do the thing, and the cutscene will play and everything, but if you kill him before he lands, it doesn't happen. I will be doing frame perfect power slashes a lot, so be ready for that. Especially on those enemies, because the moment they land on the ground, they have this very annoying way you have to try and kill them. So whenever I see them, I tend to just power slash them down as quickly as I can. So the guy that we just met is called Tama, and he's really sick. So there is luckily there is a doctor in Yakushi village, so we're gonna go over there and see if we can get some medicine for him. There we go. I'm gonna go back. Not completely sure what this cutscene is about. Probably about a little sick girl that lives here, and is Dr. Redbeard is trying to save her life, and she wants to see fireworks, and Tama can give us fireworks. But yeah. Anyways, Dr. Redbeard's house has been overrun by demons, so we're gonna go in and try to fix them. Well, kill them. Again, just power slashing our way through. There we go. Oh wow, that missed. Usually when enemies are on top of each other, you can just power slash them and they'll both get hit. Oh, that was bad for me. The thing you might notice is that with the green imps, if there's 2, you only need 2 power slashes, and if there's 3, you need 3 power slashes. For some reason it deals more damage on less enemies, up to 3+, so... Or it deals less damage on more enemies, I mean. But in the end, it's always faster to do that. Until a certain point when your power slashes just don't deal damage properly anymore. But we'll get there. So again, red imps, bunch of power slashes. And here's the last fight that we have to do. So this fight has one of those flyer things, I think. Or not. Thought that had. Well, whatever. Yeah, camera's moving on its own, so there we go. So again, you just power slash him down before he can do anything. Believe me, this is faster. So if there's only one green imp, it's slightly faster to just whack him down than to use the brush. But whenever there's more than one, you always want to use the brush. It's a general rule of thumb with most enemies, except for enemies that have specific cycles, like the flying imp. So now we got rid of all the demons in the house, but the flowers don't want to bloom yet because there's no sun out in Yakushi village, so we're gonna go outside and fix that for them. There we go. Draw a little circle, and we get the sun out. So now I'm gonna go back in and ask Dr. Redbeard for the medicine, but he's a little bit averse to it because the whole fireworks thing, he doesn't think it's proper medicine for anyone or whatever. So he's all mad about it and he doesn't want to give it to us until we show him that the girl really, really wants to see the fireworks. So he's like, okay, fine, here, have the medicine and take it to Tama. People are kind of dicks sometimes. So now we're gonna go back to Tama and give him the medicine. I really like the music in this game, by the way, so if I am accidentally whistling to it, I apologize in advance. Oh wow, okay, yeah, so this is what happens when you accidentally hit a demon fight, which you don't want to do. It takes forever to load. This is actually a fine fight, I can just do quickly actually. There we go. That was decently fast. Usually I would try to escape the fights through that crack in the wall. But that fight is fast enough to just quickly kill them with power slashes. However, you might think, oh, that's great for your yen route, but they only gave 180 yen, which is nothing. So it's like, it's not worth it. I just lost time in general. It doesn't even matter when it comes to the yen route. Excuse me. So now we give the medicine to Tama and he's all happy again. However, there is a problem. His fireworks have been stolen by imps, by demons and stuff like that. So we have to try and find them all. And this is one of them. They're pretty handily marked in red on the map, so that makes it a little easier to find them. It's basically just some fights. There we go. Okay. So whenever an imp is alone, it's simply faster to just whack him down. There we go. Though with this one, I'm actually not completely sure. So you might notice that after every fight, you get this rating system. I tend to like score very low on partner help. Partner help is when your partner attacks and everything. But the problem is that we don't really want to do that quite often because we're power slashing. So this lost girl is looking for Yakushi. A gimmick about Yakushi village is that it's a pretty new town, so there's not that many people living there. So one of the mayor of Yakushi like asks us to like, hey, whenever you see like people who might want to join our little village, could you point them in our direction? And they appear like on certain spots and basically bar you from continuing on until you've finally given them the directions, and it's somewhat annoying. But we'll just deal with it. So again, here's a flyer type. I don't like flyer types, so we just quickly power slash him down. One more. Oh, hit both of them. That's actually bad because no, he's actually dead already. It's actually nice that I hit both of them then. Speed it up. So now we got the second item that we need. There's 4 items that we need until we can go back to Tama and he can work his firework magic. go. There's 2 flyer types. So do a little bit more power slashes this time, because there's 2 of them. Do 4 instead of 3. Actually, I think I have to do 1 more. No, no. Sometimes you have to... For some reason, there's always one that takes 1 more power slash. I don't fully... Or 1 more hit. I don't fully understand why, but... I guess it's normal. Yep. Now we only have 1 more item to look for. Oop. Over here. I'm holding my stylus completely wrong. So here we got a little bit of explanation about that cave. It goes to Agata Forest, which we will be going to pretty soon, but first we have to get a certain ability that will allow us to do so. Oop, that was a little slow. But they're really close together, which is nice. So I can just sit in the middle of them. And the stuff will fly towards me. So now we find all the firework items, so we can go back to Tama. Oh, So yeah, that's what happens when you don't grab everything. The fight will continue until after it's gone, which is both annoying and useful, because it makes sure that you grab all the money as well, but sometimes you would rather just have the fight end quickly. So now we're gonna go back to Tama. And now that we've gone to Tama and we've given him the firework items, he says, go back to the little girl in Yakushi so she knows that she can watch some beautiful fireworks. So we have to go all the way back to Yakushi again. Did someone say padding? Thought I heard padding over somewhere. It's one of the reasons why this game is 6 hours long. The specific split that I have for this section is, I think, 17 minutes long. And it basically just goes from blooming the tree to getting the cherry bomb. So yeah, and it's not unusual to have splits that are that long in this game. Like logical splits. So whenever you go back to Yakushi, after you've sent people there, the mayor is like, hey, we've got new people here. And they're amazing. It's like, okay, whatever. Yeah, it is actually like a really fun thing to build up the entire village and get as many people in there. And there are some fun mini games in there as well. But since this is any percent, we don't really care about that. 100% would care about that, but anyways, we got a new constellation to trace out. That was really bad. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. So sometimes the game is really picky about constellations, and sometimes it isn't. So now we got another brush power. And that brush power is called Cherry Bomb. Guess what it does? It summons a bomb that explodes. Then we get another cutscene. The girl's all happy. She finally saw the fireworks. She feels a lot better now, even though she's not actually fixed or anything. And Dr. Redbeard tells us that there is a guy in a city that might have the answer to, which might have the answer to curing her, but it's pretty far off right now, so we'll be starting to travel there now. And at the same time, we have to save the world as well. So now Kuni's all like, hey, we got this new ability. Might get us to new places where we haven't been yet. Well, he's not wrong. There we go. So right there is a, I don't know how you call it in English, but whatever. A crane, there we go. He was hurt, and we will give him some medicine, so now he's all better. And then we tell him about Yakushi village, and of course he goes straight there to check it out, because he doesn't have a place to live anymore, which is sad. So now this is the route to Agata Forest, and there's a crack in the wall right here, and I didn't get a power. Yeah. The game is pretty picky about cherry bombs. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So it's kind of annoying. So we need a cherry bomb to be able to get through to Agata Forest. And once we enter Agata Forest, we will see that it is also cursed. The purple thing is a cursed stone, by the way. We cannot go in there at all. It is not a very nice place anyway, so wouldn't want to go there anyways. Also, a thing you might notice is that Agata Forest is completely flooded. This is because of a certain catfish. But we will meet him later, and we will hear about him later as well. The townsfolk, the people that live are all like, oh, we have to sacrifice a mermaid to the catfish to make it all better again, but that's not a very nice thing to do now, is it? So here we have the Guardian Sapling, and we just bloom it real quick. And now we're gonna go out again. Ooh. Now the thing is about this specific catfish as well is that he thinks himself a dragon for some reason, even though he's quite obviously a catfish. A very big one though at that. Okay, nice. That scroll on the left there can be a giant troll, because his position is random, and quite often he will position himself right in the middle of my path. So I tend to hit him from time to time, which can be annoying. For safety, whenever he's in a bad spot, I tend to just power slash him, so I can't get into a fight. Cherry bomb, please. Can I get a cherry bomb? Game. Aw, horrible spot. Need to wait a little bit. Come on, game. Thank you. So yeah, this game does not like cherry bombs, which is fine because I'm not going to be using them that often. So now Kuni notices that there's a fire there, so we better check out who's fishing. Because when there's fire next to water, apparently people fish there. Today I learned. And there we meet Kokari, which is a known person from the previous game. He's just calmly fishing. He's actually fishing for the mermaid, so he can sacrifice it to the catfish so the flooding stops. There must be a better way though. He also talks of a fortune teller. Maybe she knows the answers. Fortune tellers are pretty wise people, so I've heard. This one is very special because she can actually look into the future. Yeah. So we will talk to her for a bit. Hello. And we have to pay 500 yen though, which is kind of annoying, but we'll take it. And she gives us a white cloth for some really weird reason. And she tells us to find 5 blue fairies and make a star of it. Now, chat, real quick. Tell me 2 faces. Just 2, like, faces. Funny faces. Would be fine. Okay. So, I have to draw, like, a pentagram here. And... I completely suck at this. No, it wasn't gonna work. That worked! I am amazed. That should not have worked.
That was a beautiful star.
Yeah. So now we get into the demon market. And I've been a little bit late with asking for faces. Okay, there we have one. So now we're drawing demons' faces on masks. Kinnen's beard and cat boo. Can't do that quickly in Asper. I'm very sorry. Okay, and the other one will do as well. There we go. And there have been drawn weirder things on these, I can tell you that much. So now we're inside of the demon market. Too late! So now we're in a demon market, and to be able to go through, we have to get the fire eye for a certain person. For the guard here, before we're able to go through. Could hear myself shout too late. Oh, I forgot. Oh, well, it's fine. So, here for this card, however, we need 3 passwords. And they are scattered around the demon market, so we just have to find them. And I will be doing my first shopping menu real quick as well. And we will be buying 2 exorcism slips. If you've ever seen the original Okami speedrun, you will know that these slips are pretty OP. What they do is they deal damage to everything on screen. However, in this game it's slightly tweaked. They won't deal damage to enemies that you can't damage yet. They have certain moments on time where you can't damage them. So now we found the second password. And we're gonna keep going with the passwords. The third one is over here. For some reason they're written down on certain objects. You have to try and remember them. They're always the same password, so I don't have to do anything special for it. Which is nice, It could definitely be a lot more annoying. Oh, and by the way, for the people who were shouting Poyo, don't worry, there are more drawings coming up. The first one is Demon Market, then A Fool Never Changes, and then the Witch Queen passes. So now we can go inside. And this is the auction room of the Witch Queen of the Demon Market. And they are auctioning off the mermaid. But we challenged them to a fight for the mermaid. So now we're gonna fight. A bunch of fights. We tend to fight fights, so first we got a bunch of green imps. We have enough ink for them. Well, 2, not 3 imps. Okay. Just enough ink for them, which is nice. Makes this fight nice and fast. There we go. So now I'm currently mashing the A and the X button, because if I mash the B button, I can accidentally say like, no, I'm not ready for the fight yet, or whatever. And it just wastes time, it doesn't really do anything. It's like one of those no options that don't do anything, because games are good. There we go. Ah, damn it. Didn't stand properly. So now we're gonna get 2 flying types, and again we just power slash them down because that's nice. The best thing about these enemies is that they always tend to be like very close together, so you can do very quick power slashes. Let me check their health. I think one more for one of them. So just make sure to get both, because I don't know which one I needed one more for. There we go. So now we get a combo of flying types and ground imps and whatever, and they're really annoying to deal with. So what I just do is I use a exorcism slip to just kill them all in one go. It actually matches up with the yen rep pretty well, and just makes this a little quicker. I'm not lacking any slips later on with it, so that's pretty nice. So now we get the final fight. You would think I would use the slip here, but it actually saves more time to do it on the other fight. This one is specific because it's one of the instances where you cannot damage him. So I cannot damage him right now while there's fire around him. I can hit him to make him go into this state faster, so we can actually hit him. But to skip his next phase of having fire around him, we will just do some frame perfect power slashes. There we go. Otherwise we will have to wait for him to be able to hit him again, and that takes forever. So now we will be found out that we are actually not demons. And the Witch Queen will be really angry with us, and she will be fighting us. So we get our first boss fight. So this is the Witch Queen. She is pretty big. There we go. So what we try to do is make her block, and then we will attack her from the back. There we go. And then we're trying to get her in this state. Okay, now I need to focus a little bit. So what I'm doing here is I'm once again doing frame perfect power slashes. This fight actually takes a very long time to do, because she has all these weird gimmicks and tricks that you have to deal with. But I figured out that if you just keep doing these power slashes when she's down like this, you will be able to quickly kill her. You don't actually have enough ink, but earlier, at the start of the game, we grabbed a Spirit Ink S, which will refill 3 of our ink, making this fight a doozy. And that was the Witch Queen. It's a really nice strat. So here we are surrounded by enemies, and we have to like quote unquote kill them, but it's basically just on a timer. So we stand over here, because if we go to the left, the demons will be starting to will attack the mermaid in that bowl over there on the left. And that will waste time because you get a little text. We'll just sit here and wait for a bit. There we go. And now like Kuni sacrifices himself for us, and we get Nanami on our back. And we have to run away from the demon market because everything is going to attack us now. I can actually mess up movement a little bit here. It's kind of annoying. But we're doing fine. And the game tends to lag a lot here because there's a lot going on screen, as you can see. Okay, and we're out of the demon market. Now the thing is, what happened is that Kuni got like attacked by the catfish we were talking about. He's called Bullhead. So, and we know that the catfish is in the 5-story pagoda. So we're gonna grab a key to enter there. So here the game wants to explain to you how Nanami as a partner works, but we're gonna skip that by simply doing it. So what Nanami can do is she can swim in the water. I took it really safely here. I'm not completely sure where the cutscene starts. But we can just skip the whole cutscene and the whole tutorial and everything. And I think it's like faster. Nobody's ever timed it, but it looks faster by a mile, even if it takes a while. Let's see. Okay, we can skip that fight again. Nice. So here we have the bead key to open the door to the 5-story pagoda. And now we're in there. It's our first proper dungeon. At the very start we will be learning a very important brush power for the entire pagoda. And as it's like slightly submerged, you might have a guess to what this brush power does. And I'm having so much trouble with constellations today. So what this brush power does is it lets me redirect water. And one of the things this dungeon likes to do is me having to blow out torches with it. So I'll be doing that a lot. Another thing is that I have to guide Nanami onto buttons a lot. I think that was good, but nice. Because the bridge spawns here, I just instantly move here without knowing if it's truly gonna work. This is also a pretty laggy part of the game. Most dungeons are pretty laggy because of all the things going on in them. So here we actually have the brush power to deal with this guy because we have water spout, but we don't actually have the proper. We don't actually have a source of water because we need a source of water for it. So you see this like weird showery thing going on around me right now. That is Nanami's ability in battle, and it is the most annoying ability in battle because what it does, it pushes enemies upwards and damages them. However, the damage is very low, and the fact that she pushes them up makes me unable to hit them, which is really annoying. I don't know why they did that. Usually you can hit both of those in one go, but it's kind of annoying sometimes. Okay, I need to pay a little attention to my ink. I'm gonna grab one of these, get my ink full. This is one of the other places in the run where I can quite easily lose my ink. So when I said that I don't really have a source of water, I was actually lying a bit. The game didn't give me the source of water yet, which is Nanami. So if so now I constantly have water with me at all times in the form of Nanami, which I can use to cheese certain fights pretty easily, like this one, where we get 2 of these hot riders. So what do? We use water spout a lot. as always, one of them needs some extra. And now we got this weird cannon arm. It's for a statue, and we'll need it a little later on to be able to progress. Nanami also mentioned it. Let me see, okay. So here there's another button puzzle where we have to... Or you have to guide Nanami to the button. And then we have to fill this water or else, well, she'll probably die. Which is not very nice. So the thing about Nanami moving on land is that she doesn't. Well, she does, but not very well. So I just draw a little bit and she flops a bit. And then I can draw again to make her go instantly. You would usually like pick her back up and put her down, but it's kind of slow. So yeah, it's easier to just draw twice. It's about the same speed, I think. Again, here we killing some frogs for a little bit of ink. Having a healthy amount of ink is useful. So even though Nanami is in fact a source of water for us, she's unable to provide enough water because she's lacking certain jewels that give her more control over water. So we actually, for the big pools, we have to have a proper source of water. And then we move back. So here we got a little sort of fight thing going on before we can move on. It's not very exciting or anything. At least it'll make sure I have more than enough ink. Kind of forgot about this. I might have gone a bit too much out of my way to grab ink. Oh. The weapon I have right now is pretty shitty. 2 hits to kill these is kind of annoying. So now we get enemies that we can actually use push powers on. These guys are flame things, so we can just water spout them down. We'll wait for the other one to spawn for a moment. Because it's faster to hit both of them at the same time. I think I missed a little bit. We'll just kill this one with normal attacks. So the other one can spawn. There we go. And that'll open this. I was a little bit... No, I'm actually kind of fast enough. I can get through this cycle pretty quickly. So that's nice. If you miss the cycle, you have to use water spout to be able to get through there. Oh, I messed up the guiding. Damn it, that's kind of bad. So here I could use water spout to get through here, but it's not really worth it. So I have to wait for Nanami anyways. Okay, there we go. Then we guide her to the chest here. And we get a certain treasure again. We need that treasure for a little later on. It's another of the arm statue things. That was pretty slow movement. And then we guide her on a button. There's some ink here, which is useful. There we go. Yep. Make sure I have full ink. Full ink is nice. Here we have another forced fight, because this game likes forced fights. Nothing to do about it. So here we have ice lips, as it's called. The thing is about ice lips that it gives us a water spout thing. However, we actually do not have any rush powers that allows us to hit this stupid thing while it is in that weird moving thing. Whatever. I say thing a lot. So we just quickly kill him with power slashes. So we can skip having to deal with it again. And then we go down. Yeah. So there's the statue that we are collecting the arms for, but we don't want to interact with it yet because we don't have all the arms yet. Which is not very useful. So here we grab a bead key. You actually can't see it yet, but there's a door here which needs the bead key. So we grab that. So here, to be able to progress, we need to water spout that torch. So there's a little bit more torches up ahead, right here. And that'll open this door for reasons. Guess it's a special door. So here we got a nice little cherry bomb going. Hey, first try. We have to examine the thing first before we can jump in. Yes, we actually do have to do that. And then we get another brush power. Oh. That might work. Okay. I wasn't completely sure about that one. That was a pretty shitty drawing. And this brush power is called Vine. And what it does is pretty straightforward. We can draw a line to one of these things and it'll grab us. You can also draw a line from you to your partner, and that'll draw you towards your partner, which is nice. There is actually a glitch you can do with it in this dungeon, but I haven't taken the time to learn how it works, simply because learning how things work in this game take a long time because you don't have the proper tools for it, to be very honest. You only have one save file, which is really annoying. So I sadly can't show it off. You can, by doing that clip, we can basically skip this entire section. One day I will actually learn it. So here for this button, I make sure that Nanami isn't on the button right now, because that'll trigger the whole cutscene that allows me to know that I can do this. Because it's a button we can only press when we're both on it. So now we guide Nanami all the way around. Let's hope she hits the button in one go. And she did. Nice. And then we guide her all the way back. This game likes to throw these kinds of little things at you. It's kind of annoying as a speedrun. We'll just deal with it. Get some more ink. Because ink is important. But I think there's a fight coming up, so I'll be able to get more ink anyways. After, like, fights are usually, in my eyes, are just ink refill stations. Though this fight is particularly annoying. While those flames are on him, I cannot hurt him, and the ability you need to be able to hurt him is like that. Oh my god, what? Is Thunderstorm, and I don't have that yet. But for some reason, you can hit him right now. So I'll do that real quick. There we go. That was somewhat annoying. You can usually hit him before he goes into the ground. It's actually RNG if he does. Sometimes he'll throw swords at you. You'll see this enemy pop up later on as well, and I'll have to deal with its RNG. So here we have the final arm of the cannon statue. Cannon statue, like with a K, so not an actual cannon. So as you can see, this statue is missing some arms, so we're gonna put those on. Ta-da! And it will move backwards and reveal a secret entrance and a chest. I have to grab the chest. And I honestly really want to grab the chest because it gives me a new weapon. It gives me the glaive. And the glaive is really good because you can charge it up and it deals a lot of damage when you release it, making it a really suitable weapon for fights. So here we have a little bit of a movement section where we guide Nanami over. It's kind of an annoying part about the game. Get some ink while we're at it. So again, there's some ink extensive stuff coming up, so we want to be full ink. So we grab as much ink as we can. That should hit both. It did, which is nice. Here I'm trying to get the camera properly so I can hit all three of these in one water spout, which saves an entire ink pot, which is really useful a little later on here. Because I'm gonna run out of ink here if I don't do that. So here we have to guide Nanami to the buttons again. The little frog in the middle can be annoying sometimes. Oh my god, why don't you just go? And Nanami can also be really annoying. There's some ink here that I would like to grab. So now the first button didn't really do anything yet, but it got locked down. So now we're gonna go to the second button. I took a little bit of time to grab some ink, but it's useful, I swear. And then we guide her back towards me. There we go. So we actually managed to get this cycle, which is nice. Here we didn't, so we're just gonna water spout it so it becomes small, so we can get past quickly. More ink, please. Thank you. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Ouch. What? I can't get past that anymore? That was some small movement mistakes. Those two pots only have health in them, so I'm not gonna grab them. This one does have ink. I'll be needing ink very soon. So here the camera does funky stuff, but I need to hold right anyways, so. Oh, come on. And now we're gonna go to one of the bigger puzzles in this specific dungeon, where we have to guide Nanami through a water tank while we press certain buttons, allowing her to continue, and while she presses buttons for us, allowing us to continue. Which is kind of an annoying thing to have to do, but whatever. And it's pretty ink intensive. There we go. Power slash him as well. Get some ink. So, because Nanami's moving right now, there's a lot of lag going on. But we like to do it at much at the same time as possible. Ah, too early. Then we hit that button, so Nanami can continue. And now we are currently floating. Because we're awesome like that. And for some reason, Chibi always wants to like get off instantly rather than just fall down. So we have a little annoying section. I actually do wait here because it doesn't really save much time to use water spout on these. So I have to press these buttons to get this to show for a little later on. It's not really useful right now, but we do have to stand on that button. Now we are using Vine to get those rocks on buttons to get a beat key that we need for the next room. I'm never completely sure how much ink I need here, because at one point I do need to run out of ink, but I think I actually won't be running out of ink, which might get me in a little bit of trouble a little later on. So here we just make sure she has all the room that she can get. I do get another spare ink here, which will be used a little later on. Now we just sit back and wait. Yeah, I should have run out of ink here, but I didn't, so I can actually force myself to run out of ink now that I think about it. Or I can't. Can I? Game? Can I run out of ink? Thank you. Simply by drawing it again. It's better to have 3 full ink than 1/2. So it actually saves a little bit of time doing that. This ink will be recharging soon. I hope. It should be. Because I need it right here. I think it actually allows me to draw this without ink. At some instances it allows me to do it. Oh yeah, I still have to wait. I'll just wait a little bit. There we go. And then we have to draw a very happy face. And this is really finicky. And it almost never likes what I do. In my world record, I actually got this first try, which is nice. But this is fine too. Now this statue, for some reason, is going to corner us. He's a bit of a jerk. And we get into a fight. Again, this fight is somewhat annoying to deal with because we don't really have anything for the ice guy. But we can water spout the fire eye down. Oh, whoops. I don't think right now. That's kind of bad. Especially because this happens. I always forget that I have glaive here. Probably would have saved me a little bit of time. I did actually get a glaive pip. Oh, that's nice. Should have drank there. So here we're gonna go for another shopping menu. Let's see how much do I need. I'll need 6 exorcisms. I tend to just buy as many steel fist sakes as I can. I only managed to buy 2, which is not the best, but also he accidentally said no. Great, but we can deal with it. So here we're gonna finally meet the giant catfish that thinks he's a dragon. He's called Bullhead. And his fight is pretty straightforward. So we are trapped on an island, and we have to wait for him to do certain things. So he just circles us and hit him a little bit. And then when he attacks, his tongue apparently is a hook, which allows us to quite easily use Vine on it. I'm recording some shortcuts here. The game has a shortcut system on the touchscreen, which allows us to quickly be able to use certain items. So of course we want slips on there. So after every phase, he will move to the next island. Like after having dealt enough damage. Most people will do this specific one in 2 power slashes, but it's faster to do it in 1. If you do it as late as possible. There we go. Oh, that's too early. That is bad. I was way too early with that hit. Oops. Yeah, that was bad. That might screw me over a little bit. Probably won't be needing to use a slip here. Yeah, I thought so. So I used the fist sake as well. You can see the red lines coming from me. What fist sake does is it increases your power. Yeah, because I used that slip too early, I have to go through all these phases, all these attacks. Usually you skip these attacks and go to the next phase instantly, but I messed up. There we go. Now we finally get to the next phase. So now there's some wooden beams that we need to guide Nanami around. Again, I power slash him late as possible, but you can only get you have to do 2 power slashes rather than just 1. But if I do it as late as possible, I definitely won't be needing 3. Even though she gets hit there, I can still just go to the next island already. That is why I want to power slash Bullhead as late as possible. So this is an attack where you can hook him. He has a few of those. It's kind of annoying to deal with. For this attack, you first power slash him, and then his hook will come out. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. And now we just whack him down. And I think out of his belly comes Kuni, and the water is drained. So now we're gonna go and kill the bullhead. Kill bullhead. So this is the gimmick again, which I was talking about. If I miss any of these power slashes, I have to start from the beginning. And some of them, as you can see, are quite obnoxious to do. I tend to tilt my DS in all kinds of weird ways to make sure I can hit these properly. There we go. Pretty good. And that is bullhead. And we got a short unskippable cutscene here. Well, short. Takes like half a minute or something. So we can just relax a little bit. Move my shoulders. Okay. Funnily enough, it's never really my neck that hurts when I'm playing DS games. When I'm running DS games, it's usually my shoulders. So now for the next part of the story. A giant tidal wave comes in and it sweeps all of us away, and we lose where Kuni is in the fray. And we end up only having Nanami, who will drag us to shore and afterwards go and look for Kuni, while we have to try and fix Ryushima Coast. Which is now called Southern Ryushima Coast, rather than just Ryushima Coast in the original. So we will start moving towards the Guardian Sapling now, so we can get rid of this giant cursed zone. As you can see, I can't enter it at all. Come on. Again, brushwork can be really annoying, please. That would have worked. I have no clue why those didn't work at all. Brushwork, please. Thank you. So we got the water up so that the Guardian Sapling can grow large. And then we can bloom it to get rid of the cursed zone. So honestly, we're just kind of done with this place already. We kind of want to look for Kuni in the city because we have no idea where he is. There might be someone in the city who's found him, so we're gonna go over there to the big city. Here's this random fisherman dude who's like, hey, you know any cool places? And we could tell him where Yakushi village is and everything, but that just takes too long, so we just don't. bridge is annoying. There we go. So here is the big city called Sion City. It's a pretty dreary place right now. Seems to be something going wrong here. So we're gonna check out what's going wrong. So we're here with this little girl getting attacked by 2 demons. We can't have that. So we're gonna be the dog in white fur and save her. Or the wolf in white fur. And with our preferred method of attack, of course. Oh, that might not be. So yeah, as you can see, the glaive is a lot better than the previous weapon I had. Just deals more damage. So now that we've saved this little girl, she tells us her name is Kuga, and she is a performer at the Playhouse, and she really wants to perform again. So, but there's something going wrong there, so we want to check it out. Oh, and we are currently called Pooch, by the way. We used to be called Mutt, now we are Pooch. And when Nanami called us Squiddy, because we have these weird red tattoos over our face, or something like that. Here's another innocent little child getting attacked by these bloodthirsty demons. We better go save her. Again, forced fights. The game likes them. It's faster to just like quickly power slash the other demon down, because we've been doing power slashes anyways. We're too far away to just run in and hit him. So the thing with Kuga is that there are certain platforms. Oh my god, my mashing is horrible. These red platforms that we can only see when she is on our back. And the red ones are ones where only she can walk over, and the yellow ones are where we can both move over. Here the camera is a kind of a troll and doesn't show us, both of us at the same time, so I have to turn it. And there we go. Then, well, this door is clearly broken. Half of it is gone. However will we enter this? We better fix it. Because a door that is only half there is totally not accessible or something. I don't know. So this is the Playhouse. As you can hear, something is seriously going wrong here. And there's no people or anything, and she's looking for her father and mother right now. Here we will find one of the stage people, like that like make the stage and everything, and he's being possessed by demons. So we better help him out and get rid of those demons. So these are like a different kind. These are an upgrade to the original clam. Again, it's just easier to whack them down. So as you can see with Kuga, she throws these little fans whenever she does her attack, and those are like the best things ever, because they count as 3 different attacks, and they are homing to the enemy that you're targeting. And for certain enemies, they are a godsend. Anyways, Kuga really wants to perform, but the stage is a total mess. So we have to turn it, but we have to have all of the stage guys ready for us to fix it. Anyways, here we have a useless puzzle. We prepared for a lot more of them. Because the playhouse is full of little puzzles where we use Kuga to guide our way through. So here we have a little switch that turns these things on. We'll see that switch more often. And now we don't have to use those things anymore. So here we put her on the belt and we guide her upwards. Might be a little bit too far right now. There we go. Will I make it in time? Nope, didn't make it in time. Whenever like a character can't go on, the line will slowly dissipate until she can no longer follow it anymore. If you make the line long enough, she will keep moving towards it. But I kind of failed doing that properly. So here I know exactly what the pattern of the things on the ground are. Like the things only she can move over. I was a little bit late with this one. I think it's possible to do it in one go, but it's really hard. So I've memorized most of the position of the special floors where only Kuga can move over. As you can see, that was the pattern. On the left there is a special treasure, but we don't need to gather those. So here we have another stage person. And he is also being possessed. So now that we no longer have Nanami, these fire eyes are annoying again. Because we actually have to do power slashes again. And yes, I have fallen asleep during this run before. It is just way too comfy. The music is good, the atmosphere is amazing. And when you're really tired, you just fall asleep to this. If anyone is currently sleeping to this game, I don't blame you at all. Apparently my voice is very soothing as well, so I've heard. I don't know. So on the left here you see these little pair of scissors. What those will do is they will cut the guidance line you have drawn, and you'll have to redraw it. So you try to like quickly cut the scissors before they will cut your guidance line, and they can be a little bit of a pain. Oh, that was way too far off. So the thing about these guidance lines is that if you draw them at points where your partner can absolutely not go, they will disappear. So that makes this part a little bit easier on you, on how you want to move your characters around. But I memorized most of these patterns by now, so I don't actually have to put Kuga on my back to be able to see them. There we go. Okay, and for the next one, the pattern is like this. And there's a pair of scissors. Oh, I was a little late with hitting that. So yeah, as you can see, the line is still there. She will now try to go to there as quickly as she can, which is pretty useful. And then we're gonna go and fight against another stage guy. to get rid of the demons that possess him. Again, it's one of those ice lips where we don't have any ways of dealing with yet. Can I get out? Thank you. Okay, so we just make sure it doesn't get another cycle of where we can't hit him. The game is really annoying in the fact that it gives you these kinds of enemies. But you just deal with it. So here we're back in the main room. We press a few buttons so we can continue on to the next part. There we go. I didn't really have a real reason to dodge that button over there. It doesn't save or lose time not doing it right now. I just never really press it right now. So once again, some movement bits. Here you can see that if you're quickly enough with your brush, you can actually still see the pattern even though she's no longer on your back. It's pretty useful sometimes. So this is probably one of my more favorite ways of doing this. Just put her down there. You just wait, and then you start guiding her. As a casual, you tend to like try and guide her over the entire thing, and you need to pay attention to how the wheel is moving and everything, and it just never works properly. That's what I used to struggle with, but you can just easily do that. I could walk over here, but it's slightly faster to do this. And there we go. Now we have 2 pairs of scissors to deal with. I accidentally did that. That is not nice. I wanted to do a power slash. Thank you. Thank you, game. 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 Thank you. And now we wait for a little bit. There we go. And now we have another fight. So now that there's both an ice guy and a fire guy, we actually have a way to deal with the fire guy a little bit, but we barely have any ink. So in the end, we still have to just hit him. Now we have ink again. And then we can just power this one down real quick. There we go. Then we saved... Oh, they're called stage hands. Well, now I know. So now we saved all the stage hands and we put them on the wheel that turns the stage. Now we could backtrack all the way and do a lot of things there, but we actually need to have a certain brush power to be able to progress. At least I think so. So here we get another constellation. No, we didn't need it, never mind. And this constellation is called, this brush power is called Inferno. Now you can guess what that does. It controls fire. Like this. Ta-da! Yep. So now that all the stage hands are here, they will turn the stage to a proper one so that we can finally start our play. However, there is another problem. None of the actors are here. So we better go upstairs and check out what's going on there. As we go, we found out that demons have taken over backstage. Or upstage, I guess. So we better kill them. So a cool thing about these enemies is that when you use Bloom to open them, this little bit of fire will spawn. And this is useful because there will be another enemy after this. And that enemy is the ice thing. So now we have something to deal with it. And then we just cheese it. Which is nice. There we go. There are a few more instances of this being useful further on in the game, but most of the time you won't be really using it. Here's a toilet spirit, keeping someone on the toilet forever. Better save her. I mean, the stench must be horrible in there. So again, this enemy, we don't actually have the proper tools to deal with it. Okay, now it's throwing swords at me. So we just power slash them back to him. And then we just whack him down. There we go. Now we're gonna go to check on the props. Oh no, there's a demon here. Problem is that this prop is broken. We can't start the play without proper props. So let's fix it. There we go. That only took one try. Kappa. So now that the prop is fixed, he releases the people he had in his grasp. I don't know why either. I guess he's being nice. And then we can just ignore him. So now we go down here and we meet a Miko, which is a holy person of sorts. And we're gonna save her. So once again, we finally have the ability to deal with the ice guy, so we're gonna take full advantage of that. Because the fire guy is just a little easier to deal with than the ice guy. Getting frozen is not very nice. Okay, that did nothing apparently. Okay, there we go. There it is. Kind of bad on the spacing of where the things were, but yeah, it's fine. We can deal with it. Ah. So, the Miko tells us about two puppets that have taken over the playhouse. 2 seconds, I need to buy the right things. 5 SFS. That's 4 of those, and then I start buying some inks. Ooh, I'm actually really low on yen. That's interesting. Usually not this low. So there's these two spirits that want to take over the playhouse, and they have their giant puppet to do it for them. And now we're gonna fight that giant puppet. Ah, damn it. So the way you fight it is simply hitting it as much as you can, and then, oh my god, I hate this boss so much. We're just gonna put some fire on it before it can do more. There we go. And whenever you put enough damage on it, these dots will appear. And they will show you an order in which you have to hit the dots. So what do? You connect them. There we go. And that is the first phase. On to the second one. There we go. That was pretty fast. So this fight takes a while. It's kind of annoying to deal with. Just wait for these cutscenes to end. They're always a bit too long. So now the points are encased in ice, so first we have to remove it. I kind of forgot the order. Sorry, there we go. The order is actually always the same, but I barely pay attention to it because this fight is kind of annoying. So now they've recognized the fact that thanks to Kagu we can actually see the dots. So he will make sure that we can no longer use her. Oh wow, I'm getting hit up. So now that she's on his shoulder, we actually can't see the dots, so we can't really do anything with it. But we have to go through all this cutscene before he will do a certain attack that will allow us to get Kagu back. Now the important thing is here is I can hit him a couple of times to maybe get an ink pot back. There we go, okay. Won't be hitting any more because if I hit him too much, he will go back into the dot thing. And that will lose me a bunch of time. So here you just drop Cherry Bomb and he will fall down and we can re-grab Kagu. And then we go down. So now we just have to wait. Like, I already put him down to the proper health. There we go. And then we can finally see the dots and connect them again. There we go. That was nice. So that's the second phase. And now we get the third phase. Because why the hell not? The fight itself doesn't really change all that much throughout the phases. So whenever he does that attack where he sweeps his hand around, I want to try and stay as close to him as possible, or I need to time a specific jump. Because otherwise he will put Kaku on the shoulder again and would have to go through all of the things again, except that you don't have to stagger him anymore. So now the dots are protected by evil spirits, and because Kagu for some reason has been granted the powers of a Miku, for some reason, Miko, we can use a special slip that she has to deal with them. So again, now we try to deal as much damage as possible to get him back into this. Oh. I thought that was the right one. Fuck. Oh no, of course it goes like this. The pentagram is a different fight. I was confusing patterns for a moment. And there we go. That was the third phase of this fight. We're basically done with this type of fight. Now we're gonna get a whole purification dance and everything, or the dance of exorcism, where we will exorcise the two demons that are Sen and Ryo. That's how they're called. And to do that, we have to draw circles, and this game likes circles a lot. I'm gonna do them pretty slowly. So I have failed this quite often in the past. So I like to take my time right now. There we go. At least the music is good, so we got that going for us. And now we got another pretty long cutscene where I can just relax a little bit. I wanna stand for a moment. Shake my legs. Get some blood flowing. So we kind of figure out now that there is the guy who is all behind this is called King Fury, and we should stop him. So now the playhouse is all good again, and it's all nice again. But the city, however, is still kind of in shambles, so we're gonna go to Mikocho and see what we can do to help out. So Mikocho is all happy and proud of us that we've defeated Senryo, and she gives us special exorcism slips to banish the evil that plagues the city. Like that over there. So we just draw a line here. Now this line is pretty specific. Usually when you're drawing lines for brush powers, you can be pretty rough with it. You just have to pass over the 2 points and it's all good. But for some reason, for this one, you have to go point to point. If you mess it up, it doesn't react, and Kagu gets all mad at you that you failed, and like, you're not paying attention, man. It's really annoying, especially because for some of the drawings that I have, for some of the lines I have to draw, I actually can't see the line because my hand's in the way. So that's really good design. No, I'm just kidding, it's fine. So there, for instance, I couldn't see the line, so... We're actually getting a little bit fresh here, so I'm gonna... put this on. So now we go to the final house that we have to fix, and then we will return to Mikocho. Lag. Oh yeah, okay, so this is... I couldn't actually see where the other point was, so I went over it accidentally, because I'm trying to go fast. Ah, I think I missed it. There's a pretty cool swag strat here. Yeah. If I mashed B enough quickly enough, you can actually do this entire cutscene in the first frame of the jump animation, and it looks really funny. But I messed it up, so that's kind of sad. So now we are gonna go back to Mikocho. And she actually went all the way back to the aristocratic corner. However, here we meet King Fury, and he is all like, "Oh, you guys are horrible at this. I will crush you," and it's not very good. But then he disappears, and I don't know. And Mikocho tells us to come to Himiko's palace, right here, so that Kagu can learn the art of being a Miko. There we go. That feels a lot better. So I guess we'll move over there. Because from 9 months ago, the Queen Himiko died during the tragic events of what happened in Okami. And they turned her palace into a shrine for the Miko to train in. So Kagu goes over there to train, and meanwhile we are left to try and fix the world, or something like that. And along the way we meet this little guy with yellow hair called Kuro, and he like tags along with us. I'm not exactly sure why he tags along again, but well, he's a bit of a woman's man, so a woman's man of like women who are like way older than him. So here we meet this cute little researcher who's like, oh no, my father is trapped somewhere, or like my best friend or whatever, is trapped in these ruins we've been studying. Can you please help him out? And so he's like, yeah, let's go help him out. I'd do anything for a sweet little lady. He basically like, though he kind of forces her to, if he finds him back, to go out on a date with him. So he's kind of blackmailing her. Oh, I almost went back in. So now we're gonna go to the ruins, which are in northern Ryushima coast. However, the gate is completely ablaze, which is bad. So we better just help them out. There's like a piece of, like a body of water there. So here you see that there is some weird stuff going on with these ruins there, and there's a lot of excavation going on. But yeah, let's go up here first, because there's probably something cool here. I don't know. So this is a broken grave of some dude that we don't know. Ah well. We better go and check out the ruins though. They look juicy. And we still need to help out that guy for our sweetie pie. However, these excavators are in the way, so we're just going to fight the demons that inhabit them. So again, I don't have the tools to deal with the fire eye, so I'm gonna deal with these guys first. Now Kuro's attack is a weird whistle attack that most of the time, in my opinion, does absolutely nothing. It is useless but harmless. Like Nanami's attack is useless and annoying. Oh my god. This fight is not going well. There we go. That was a pretty bad fight. Got a little unlucky. So we have to go through all these machineries to be able to get to the underground rooms. I think this is, yeah. Ah, damn it. I got unlucky. If he, like, if he goes towards me, I can actually hit him, and I can skip him getting into one of these. For some reason, it skips him going instantly into it. And it makes the fight go a lot quicker anyways. That was a decent fight, I guess. So again, here we have the ice guy with this little clam thing. And so by blooming him, we get fire. And we can use that to kill the ice lips pretty quickly. There we go. So these are the underground ruins. We're gonna enter them. However, there's this weird gap that is kind of annoying. Luckily, Kuro is kind of special because he can float, which is useful. So yeah, that's his gimmick, floating over things. And we can use that to our advantage. So there, Issun comes out, probably having grave robbed the entire thing. It's not very nice. He gives us a history scroll though, so that's not. I guess that makes up for it. So these are the underground ruins. There's a lot of electricity going on. I'm gonna do a small little shopping menu here to get some exorcisms. I wanna do 6 for safety. So do that, and we're gonna. I think that was it, right? Yeah. Okay. So now we kind of stocked up on a few little things that will allow us to do a couple of fights a lot quicker, which makes for nice things. Then we're gonna put Kuro down here, and we're gonna see if I can do that in one power slash. Nice. That is nice and fast. And then we press the button so we can continue on. So once again the game starts trolling us and gives us an enemy that we just don't have the tools to get rid of his shield. So because of that, we have to power slash him down. Oh, sorry. So to open this door, you have to kill these two. Pretty straightforward. And that gimmick will go through most of this dungeon. So for instance, this one will open an electric fence for me here. Here I'm merely doing this to make this part go a little bit quicker. Getting Kuro hit is kind of slow, so. Oops, that should have worked. There we go. So, because the game is once again a troll. Now, this one is actually not that hard. This is a pretty annoying fight to deal with because he does some specific moves that just make him annoying to hit, and he deals a bunch of damage. So it's just simply faster to use a slip here. And fights like these are the main reason why I bought the slips. And they're totally worth it. Like, the yen route is pretty like loose in how much yen you need, because you just get so much from all the forced fights the game gives you. So you can just quite easily... Okay, this one, for some reason this door always takes forever. Probably because I didn't load him there. So here I could, like, kill these dudes, but it's not really worth my time. Also, this is one of the laggier areas in the game. We just learn to deal with it. So here I like to switch back to the other weapon because it has a little bit more range, allowing me to kill these from a bit bigger distance. It's a bit of a safety strat. You could do it without switching, but it's simply easier to do it with the other weapon. So here again, we just ignore the turrets. Oh, that was bad. You can jump over those shots. Oh, damn. So this is what happens when you get electrocuted, and those little ball enemies have the ability to do that to you. So that's why I want to kill them before they get to you. So here we're gonna get into another forced fight. And this is another one I like to use a slip on. Because it's these two. Just have to wait a little bit, because we can't do it right now. One of them is on the ground, so I have to just wait for him. Oh, I missed. Please? Please? Wow. Let me deflect this back to you, please. Or not. Okay, I got really unlucky. Good shit. I messed up. Okay, this one is easy to deflect back. Damn it. I'll just... the fact that they keep doing different things is really annoying. This fight went horribly wrong in every possible way. Too early, and now I can't do it anymore. These are one of the most annoying enemies in the game. Because if you miss timings, they just screw you over big time. Like this, so that was just horrible. I lost a lot of time. Even though it gives me like the perfect score for time, but you can do this so much faster. Here we have another little bit of the puzzle. Just gonna blaze through it. Oh, I messed up. So here we, before we can go through a door, we have to fix this thing. And Kuro has a special pendant that will allow it to power up. Because Kuro is from the Moon Tribe, which these ruins are a part of. So he has that. Here once again we're gonna get into a bit of a troll fight. This one is a little easier though. So I won't be attacking them because like straight away to speed up them getting into this thing. So I can just a little bit more easier. Damn, was a little late there. That is annoying. You can actually kill him before he goes up there. But I messed up. So I have to wait. Oh well, too bad. So here we're gonna get another brush power, which is, in my opinion, one of the more useless ones. It's a pretty cool idea, but they don't use it that often, in my opinion. Like, they don't use it in the right ways, I guess. I just don't like it very much. So again, a quick outline. And it's called magnetism. I have no idea how it works. Magnets, how do they work? Sorry, I had to meme. So Kuro explains that you have to draw a U here to attract. And then to repel, you simply have to do the U upside down. Easy as that. Oh wow, that was bad. I usually never get hit by this one. So most of the time, magnetism is used for doors like this, where you have to repel. It's not very special. There is one small puzzle that I'm going to be doing now with magnetism. So you see that those balls over there? Well, I kind of need those for a little later. I'm gonna kill this guy to make my life a little easier. So here we have a ball, which has the same physics as the ball at the beginning of the run. And this was a really good one actually, that was really nice. So the idea is to repel. That way the balls will shoot. And then you repel again. And that will press a button, allowing us to move further in. Now, further in there is actually a clue to this puzzle. However, the puzzle always remains the same, so we kind of know, I know exactly what I need to do. So I'll be doing that for a bit. There we go. And now we activate. And this will open a door for us. And this is once again a pretty annoying fight, so I'll be using a slip. Ow. Like I said, it's really annoying. Just... Ah! There we go. I could have been a little faster, but it's good enough. I'll just take it. So this time we're gonna fight against a giant skeleton. Oh nice, he was nice to us. It is actually RNG what he does, and if he grabs his swords like that, I don't have to destroy them, because he'll make his weak point visible. Which is really nice of him. And then we get these weird wings. These wings will allow Kuro to actually fly, which is nice. Because we actually want to go up into the sky at one point. Why do we want to go into the sky, you ask? Well, because there's this giant electrical barrier barring our way. And in the sky there is a special kind of item that will allow us to go through it. So we're gonna fly into the sky. However, there is a small problem. And that is that there is too much wind. So now we have lost the wings, and we're blown all the way back to Agata Forest, which has now been drained, so it's a little bit different than last time. So here we got another animal that wants to go to Yakushi. He's a bit of a shady raccoon, and he actually like stole something, and we're trying to get it back from him. Like throughout the game, like through if you want to invest into Yakushi. Now we went back to the fortune teller to try and ask for help, and she's like, yeah, well, my fortune telling stuff has been stolen. Can you fetch it for me? So, guess we're gonna do that now. So once again, I don't have any of the proper abilities to be able to deal with this guy. So we just power slash him down. And we get a bone. Which is used for fortune telling, I guess. It's a little bit cliche with the items you get for it. I can tell you that much. So here we have to guide Kuro over, and the game actually expects you to go onto another island. Oh, excuse me. Another island after that. However, it's pretty slow to do that, and you can actually get to that treasure from here. We're just gonna guide Kuro over there. I actually did this in my casual playthrough as well. I thought it was intended, but I later thought, hey, maybe that extra island to the left here is what is intended. So I'm keep moving forward to make sure that my camera is in the right spot, because you can see that the camera just turned down and I couldn't see where I couldn't see Kuro properly. And for some reason that also disallows you to draw a line from him, which is somewhat annoying. And then we're gonna go to the next part. We're gonna dodge this guy. And we're gonna grab the crystal ball, which is useful. So here we have another slip for this fight, because these guys are annoying. Actually, my slip count is a lot higher than usual. I bought an extra slip and I didn't use a slip on one fight because they wouldn't let me. And this fight is so annoying. So now we have all the items. And we're gonna go back to the fortune teller and give it back to her. And now she tells us she will divine where the wings have gone. And of course there's only one place where they would have been able to go, and that is the demon market. So we have to draw another pentagram, and then we have to draw another another mask. So if anyone wants to see some certain faces, please tell them in chat. Oh my god, please. Thank you. Otherwise I'll make up some faces. People wanted to see Poyo, so I'll put Poyo on one of the masks. There we go. I'm waiting. And you guys are too late. Oh, it's barely late. I'll try remembering it for the next time. So this is the demon market again. This time we don't have to look for passwords or anything, but we do have to guide Kuro over here because I guess that's nice. So here we get this, we find the demon who has our wings, and he thinks they're absolutely amazing. Looks so good on him. He's like a very special imp now. We kind of want those wings back, so we'll have to kill him for it. You don't just steal our fucking wings, man. We need those. This fight is kind of annoying because you have to gather up all the freaking money and stuff. And the imps are usually all over the place. Nice one, Rule. Good luck with that. However, we're not completely done here. We're gonna check out the Witch Queen again, see how she's doing. She isn't doing amazingly well, but there's someone to waft over here. So, a while back I said that in a constellation you can actually skip a part. Now that's this constellation. I will not draw the tail, and it will recognize it anyways. Good game, good game. And this constellation gives us Gilstorm. Now, guess what Gilstorm does? It summons wind. So it's all funny and all and everything to steal the wind from the Witch Queen. However, it does expose our actual real identities. And that makes the Witch Queen really, really angry. And instead of fighting us, we managed to run away as fast as possible. And now we get one of the cutest things in this game. We get Chibi Terasi pushing a little cart, and it's so cute. And now we have to run from the Witch Queen. So at first when I played through this, I didn't hold any button. I didn't hold a direction except for when I had to go left or right. You can actually hold down the entire time of this section to make Chibi go faster. And I didn't know that, and it ends up saving like a minute or something. Crazy like that. So here, the Witch Queen will throw some of her knives. This one will probably hit me, yep. But it's fine. It doesn't lose too much time. Yes, this is really kawaii. People in my chat tend to like swoon over the fact of how cute this is. Oh, come on. So when the Witch Queen catches up to you and hits you, you will instantly have to redo it from the start. So here she tries to attack you. When she hits you, you will have to redo this. However, for some reason, if you hold down, you're going so fast, she literally just pushes you out of the way, so you won't be able to get hit by her, which is really nice and pretty funny. You actually don't even want to try and dodge it, because if you do that, you will get hit, and you will lose about a minute every time you do that. So now we're going to switch to a 2D section, so it becomes even cuter. So now, because now you can see Chibi properly pushing it. So yeah, those little stones or wooden pieces or whatever that are falling down can hurt you and will slow you down. And they're really annoying to deal with. So instead of going the bottom path, we're gonna go to the top path this time. However, this time the Witch Queen will throw her knives at us. Oh wow, I usually dodge that one. Okay, there you go. And we're gonna do the same over here. Nice. Okay, that's... Oh my god. I'm sorry. That was the right timing to make the other knife go up. Otherwise, I would have gotten hit by it, regardless of what I did. So now that we got the wings, we can finally fly up to the thundercloud. So we can grab the item that allows us to go further into the ancient ruins. And now we get a little mini game where we have to Gillstorm in the other direction of the wind. And I love this music, by the way. Oh. I wasn't paying enough attention. I thought I had that one. Oops. We'll just call it marathon luck. I was a little thirsty, and this mini game tends to be pretty meh. Does mean that the music is all out of whack now. That's kind of annoying. It usually like loops through. It usually like goes one entire loop through the mini game, and then it starts over when you enter the thundercloud. The amount of Gillstorms I have to do is always the same. So this might look like the last one, but there's actually one more. There's always like this final one to catch you off guard. Which it did during my casual playthrough. Now we're finally on the thundercloud. So I only have half ink left, but that's completely fine. I only need to use one... Actually, no, I don't. I need to use... I'll need to use a Gilstorm coming up, and that'll lose my ink. And by the time I'll need my ink again, it'll be more than restored already. So it's all good. So here I need to do a Gilstorm to get these clouds out. And now we have these drums, which are the most annoying thing in this game, because they never react properly. Thank you. There is a timing to it, but it's so awkward and hard to hit that I basically just mash the button and pray. So there's these holes here that shoot out lightning. You try to avoid those as much as you can. There we go. So you try to get that jump in one go or else you'll get hit. We'll create a little rainbow. So here there's some dudes up here that would like to help us out and everything. But first we have to play a mini game to show that we're really musically talented. And the music and the game is simply, there will be some notes flying up. Let's jam. And you have to power slash them. Simple as that. And you have to power slash them in time because at a certain moment they'll disappear. And you'll lose a life, as depicted by the notes on the right. What you want to do is you want to try to hit at least 3 notes in one power slash, because that'll give you an extra life. Or ink. I'm gonna wait a little bit for this one to get like a whole load of notes. So when they're like turning all red and stuff, they'll disappear soon. So you have to pay attention to that. Otherwise, this is a very easy minigame. I'm actually gonna let that one note over there slip. I think, yeah. Well, it did, so. Like, I'm getting so many lives off of hitting a lot of notes in one go that it's fine for me to lose a couple of notes, because in the end it'll be faster to do so rather than spending more time trying to power slash individual notes. You see, I'm also like kind of curving some of the power slashes, which for some reason works. Don't hear me complain about it though. Okay. I think I should be good now. Yep. And I rock, which is nice. And by doing this, we get a constellation. And because we're on the thundercloud, you can have 3 guesses as to what we're getting. While I do this outline mediumly fast. If you guessed control over lightning, you were correct. Congratulations. Good job. So there we have a little chest. And there we go. And in the chest is a drum. And that drum will allow us to go through electricity, like that giant barrier that we had in the ruins. Now these guys are pretty nice. They want us to go. They want to send us down in style. We're gonna skip the cutscene though. Luckily, the best thing about that little dialogue is that it's the only dialogue that actually defaults on yes, or one of the two that defaults on yes. So I can just mash A, which is really nice. Let me see. How's my slip count? I have a good slip count actually, which is nice. So now that we can pass through lightning, we're just going to rush back to the start. The dungeon is actually designed in such a way that we can just quickly go back to the point where we were, which is nice. It's really nice of the designers to do that, like these little electricity bars stopping you allow you to just go fast. Oh, get them. I actually can't jump over there. Keep forgetting that. There's like certain parts you can jump over, and that's not one of them. Now we also can go through these things quite easily. And because we opened the door earlier, we can just move through here as well. So to the left, there will be like the whole puzzle that'll show you how to undo the lock that we did, but we don't have to do that. So now we're gonna move into the giant barrier, and the little drum will protect us, but after a while it just can't handle it anymore and it explodes. So now we can't pass through lightning anymore. Luckily we don't have to, so that's cool. So now we're in the second part of the dungeon where we will be using Gilstorm a lot. Oh, I messed this up. It's a little bit too early on my Gilstorm, so I have to do another one. So that those guys won't hit Kuro. Oh, come on. There we go. So this is the deeper part of the dungeon. Kind of looks like this. And this is one of the few skips in the game. It's the... I'll say the name after I got it. Ooh, close. Yee! It's the 360 switch wall jump. No. 360... Yeah, 360 wall bang ladder stall jump extension by the Kaiserado. That's how we call it for fun of it. Or just a switch jump. So how it works is the switch actually like kind of props you up for a small amount of time. And if you jump off as fast as you can, it will allow you to jump over the door. So you can skip having to do a whole Kuro movement part where you have to open the door the normal way, so that's pretty nice. Saves a lot of time and a bit of a hassle with certain enemies. Okay, I actually have a good amount of ink, I think. We'll see. I'm never sure how much ink this costs. I'm just gonna wait. And then we're gonna move in. Okay, so I usually run out of ink here, but there's some pots here where I can get ink. What? I keep forgetting that that button does the other one. I never do this the right way. I always mess this up. I mean, who can blame me? I've been doing this for 3 hours now. I'm pretty tired. So here we can just ignore these, try and jump over their attacks. Sort of damage boost forwards, but it doesn't save time or anything. I think it still loses time getting hit, but it sure beats having to kill them all the time, because that's even slower. I would just move down here. I'm jumping a lot to avoid getting stuck or getting damaged by these things. Now I need to draw a cherry bomb. Now I need to draw a cherry bomb. Thank you, game, for letting me draw a cherry bomb. So here's another point where I can run out of ink. I think I put him on the wrong spot. Yeah, he's falling down. That's kind of bad. That lost me a bit of time. So we have these scissors again, then we have to guide Kuro over. Actually, there's some enemies that give me ink though. Oh, that's the wrong way to do it. So there's this cannon that you see there at the end. I'm trying to bend the path to the right a little bit, so Kuro won't get hit at all. Which makes this a little easier. And then once again I have to draw a cherry bomb. So let's hope the game is nice. Nope, of course not. This game does not like cherry bombs, I tell you. And then we move through. So I'm gonna get into a small 2D section. There's a bunch of chests here and everything. We want to go through the doors with the moon thing there. However, not for this one, because there is a locked gate at the end. So we grab a bead key to open it. And then we're gonna go through the middle. I need to think, do I need ink soon? I think I need ink soon. It's kind of bad, actually. Ah, we're good. There's a fight coming up. Not sure what kind of fight this one is, though. We'll see. If I think I know... Yeah, it's this fight. Okay. So now that we have Gillstorm, we can just do this. Or not, because it costs a lot more ink than I thought it would. I do need ink. Wow. Whatever. We still had some slips left. Usually I don't. Kind of made this fight a lot easier. Kind of saved it, the fight. I'm probably gonna keep the other slip for safety. So now we have these propellers that need to be turned. So, here is Gillstorm. That's one. Get a little close for that one, for this one. Okay, this should work. Yep, there we go. Try to get out as quickly as possible again. So here once again, well, first we have a fight actually. So now we have two enemies where we can finally use the proper brush powers to defeat them. So we have the weird dragon thing that's been plaguing me for a while, but there's also a thunder drum. And we can use that thunder to hit that one. We're just gonna use normal attacks so for a bit. So that one. And then we have Gillstorm to deal with the drum. Oh my god, he didn't die. That's kind of bad. Probably gonna get, yeah. So whenever you defeat enemies and then you use certain brush powers, you get these demon organs. It's actually bad to get. It's actually bad to get them in a speedrun because you get a text box. So yeah, you use them to upgrade your weapons. So again, here we have a security thing. I already know what to do. It's actually pretty funny because this one is the exact inverse of the other one, or the exact opposite, rather, of the other one, which is pretty funny, in my opinion. So here we move through this final section. Again, jumping as much as possible to avoid enemies, or just getting wrecked. Sure, I'll take that. And then we're gonna go into the final area. So you see this weird thing on the ground here. That is... I'm not completely sure how it's actually called anymore. So we need 6 Ls. Let's see what we need. 4X. There's just enough yen for that. And what else do we need? I need 5 inks. I think I already got the 5 inks. Yeah, so we're good. We are good on items. Nice. So it's basically what that is a giant puppet that was made for war, and King Fury is forcing Gen, which is a genius inventor, to turn it on for him. And now the sequence has been finished just as we came, so we have to try and deactivate this monstrosity of a thing. And yes, it is this big. So here's King Fury, and he's going to try and stop us. Just have to jump at the right moment. Else I'll get electrocuted and lose a bunch of time. But after a while he stops. And then it continues up here. Ah, damn. Slightly too late. So yeah, this is what happens when you get hit by it. It takes forever. So, did I mention I hated these weird drum things? Well, here's a bunch of them. With a bunch, I mean a bunch. Oh, come on. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Thank you. It gets even worse in this camera angle. There is literally no timing to it anymore. You just mash and you hope you get lucky. It is really stupid. It's probably the stupidest mechanic in this game. Oh wow, that missed. Hello? Thank you. Now we vine all the way up here, up to his head, because there is a console on the top of the puppet's head. And we're gonna try and deactivate it from there. Okay. Of course, though, King Fury doesn't like it, so he's going to try and stop us. So we get a fight. So I'm gonna quickly redo some shortcuts. There we go. I'm just gonna cheese him a little bit with slips. We got L slips now. L slips deal more damage than the regular slips. So how the fight works is you deal damage to King Fury and then you send Kuro up. And Curry has a special pendant that will suck out his power. And he will lie down, he will fall down like right there. And then you use a normal slip to make him go out of it and go to the next phase. Whoops, I did not want to use that. Accidentally used some ink. I didn't want to do that yet. Yeah, it could happen. I put on the hoodie not too long ago, I think about an hour. Or half an hour ago. It got a little cold here. So now it's gonna split in two. One of them is real and the other one isn't. And sadly as well, they have a little bit more health. So I just have to get a little lucky. And I didn't get lucky, so I have to use a small slip. If you get lucky, you won't have to use that slip. But, oh well. Bad things happen. And then we use a small slip to finish him off. And that's the King Fury fight. Now we learn that King Fury is actually possessed by a demon called Akuro. And Akuro wants to plunge the world into darkness and blah blah blah. And the guy who's been like possessed is actually the guy that we were looking for. However, by being possessed, he's already dead, and sometimes this power slash just doesn't work because this game is evil. So I want to cut the evil out of him, which is slightly above his head, and it worked this time, which is nice. And then comes out Mr. Sugawara. I don't know who he is, but he seems to be important enough for us to have to draw a damn circle on him. There we go. And he goes away in cherry blossoms to the other realm. Whatever. See if I care. So yeah, we kind of saved the day and everything. However, this weird being called Akuro is still out and about. And we need to stop him. Because what Akuro wants to do is he needs to have the blood of Orochi, which is one of the demons we fought in the original game. And he needs to use that to... what's it called? And he needs his blood for it, for his evil plans. So we need to try and stop him. Now we get the ability to warp to wherever we want via these origin mirrors, which is useful because we have to do some walking around. And there's this the little girl that is still, there's still this little girl that's really sick, so we better go to like Dr. Redbeard's brother, who's called Dr. Bluebeard. Guess what color his beard is, or his mustache rather. I wouldn't call it a beard, like, seriously. Call that a beard, man? That's no beard. So together with the herbs from Dr. Bluebeard and Dr. Redbeard, we can make the cure-all thing that cures everything. So apparently also that girl. Okay. Whatever. Why do we have to do this? We have to do this to trigger a certain story event happening afterwards. I do not want to save, thank you. So now we go to Yakushi. To Dr. Redbeard. Now, Dr. Redbeard is actually already at the girl's place, so you don't have to go all the way back up and find out that he's not there. We used to do that, but we figured out it's like, why? Why do we even do that? So now we just go up here and we give the herbs, or the herbs rather, and they create the cure-all. And now the little girl is all fixed and everything, and everyone's happy. Yay. Well, fixed, all cured. All fixed sounds so horrible. But yeah, she's all better now, and we're happy for her. So now we're gonna warp back to the to Sion, to the aristocratic quarter. Because something is going on there. There we go. As you will hear shortly. So we're gonna go check that out. Apparently it's coming from Gen's tower, the genius inventor. He's had this weird epiphany when he was working in the ancient ruins, working with all this weird technology and stuff like that. And being a crazy inventor, of course, he wants to like put his mind at rest and actually build it. 'Cause that's how genius people work, apparently. I wouldn't know I'm anything but genius, so. I mean, I run this game, you should, like, why would you run this game, dude? Seriously. Oh my god. Something went wrong there. So, we don't really know what he's building, but I don't know, we'll just let him to it. But he wants to have Kuro there with his pendant. He needs him to lay the final piece in. So we're gonna go to see what he's up to. And he is currently in northern Rio. So we're gonna warp to northern Rio. So what he's been up to, he's been working with the cute little girl, or the cute woman, to fix Mr. Sugawara's grave, because it was in shambles and everything. So that was really nice of him. But now we need him, so we'll pull him away. And we will be warping back to the aristocratic quarters. And I keep accidentally wanting to save. I keep, like, doing the inputs too quickly. Now the sounds have stopped. Apparently Gen has finished his crazy work. There we go. We do skip one of the flowers there, it's slightly faster. So what did he build on? He actually didn't know himself properly, but after using the device, we can attest to the fact that this is in fact a time machine. And we went back 9 months into the past, as you will see on this little text. The Goryeo 9 months ago. So remember that at the start I said that this game takes place 9 months after what happened in the original game. or in the original game. So we are currently in about the same time frame as the original Okami game, which causes some really cool things and really weird things at the same time. So here we want to like look for something specific. We want to try and get on land or whatever, and the way we want to do that is by oh no, we need to go to a certain shrine. Sorry. And the way we do that is we have to summon the Dragonian Queen, Queen Otohime. And to do that, we need to find the conch shell. And apparently the captain has the conch shell in his possession, because every captain is given that to summon Otohime in case of dire need. Or something like that. So we're gonna go to the captain and ask about it. And he can't find it. Well, that's a problem. So now we're gonna go look for it. So we're gonna go back down here. I think it was. I should have written this section down actually, because I tend to get lost. Oh no, we're good, we're good, we're good. I know I was lacking some part of notes, but this is fine. So here we use magnetism to get rid of this anchor, which is in our way. Here we have this big cannon, which we won't be using. You can get like something specific out of here. So here we meet Benkei, who is a swordsman. And he's looking for his 1000th sword, and he picks on us to try and get like Kuro's sword. Luckily this old timer comes along and says like, hey, there's this living sword living in Sion. And people who have played the original Okami will see that as a nod, because Benkei actually goes there and ends up catching a cutlass fish, which is indeed a living sword, you can say. It's a pretty cool nod. Showing us also that even though this is during the same time frame, it's slightly before it's currently it's slightly before the events of Okami. So we're not completely there yet. So I went through this maze to grab the iron door key, because in the room with the cannon there was an iron door that we had to go through. So we will be doing that. Sorry, I tripped over my tongue. Let me go down here and open this door. Let me go up here. What just happens to be here in this chest? It's the conch shell, which we'll be needing to summon Otohime. So now we're gonna go back up. Luckily, the game gives us a little shortcut to go back up here, which is this flights of stairs. These flights of stairs? I don't know, whatever. And back up here. And we're gonna summon Otohime. Now, Otohime needs more power to be able to turn into a dragon, so we are going to, because we need her to be a dragon to send us to the shrine we want to go. So she needs the power of the sun. We just happen to be the son of the sun god, so we can just draw little circles here. Lots of circles. I'm actually going slightly fast. You see these, I'm going faster than I'm supposed to be going, because they're supposed to be like, hey, this is where you draw a circle, like the red thing that appears every time. But you can already go into the brush before that even appears. Because in the end, you just have to draw a circle around the white spot. And now her power is overflowing, and she will turn into the water dragon, who will bring us to the shrine we need to go. Now, because Kuro kind of hates swimming and everything, we've taken... and because we actually can't even enter the shrine without Nanami, we now have Nanami with us. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna wait a little bit for my ink. There we go. To open this clam. And in this clam is the Lucky Mallet. Now what the Lucky Mallet does is it shrinks you shrinks you down to a very small size, so we can actually enter the shrine, because that was apparently hard to do. Now before we can truly enter the shrine, we have to do a fight. Yay! Now for some reason, the brush power you use to get this one down is Guildstorm, which is not very intuitive, I can tell you that much. I had no clue how to do this for a very long time until I started figuring it out for speedrunning. Oh well, this is nice. I'm power slashing instantly, by the way, because if you don't do that, she goes into a phase where you can't actually hurt her. And she will attack you in a weird way, and you want to avoid that as much as possible. So anyways, if you guys haven't had a drink or something to eat for a while, I suggest you do that now, because here we have a 4-minute auto-scroller, and it is really, really boring, I can tell you that much. I still have to continuously pay attention to everything that's happening, but I suggest to just sit back, relax, and grab yourself a nice cup of anything you can get your hands on. Ow. I'm just gonna go full relax mode right now, because this is just boring. Oops, I got hit. Not much happening, really. The sad thing about this auto-scroller as well is that the music is pretty boring. Usually, like, most of this game has pretty good music, but this is the one part where the music just turns real boring. Also a little bit of time there. Losing time on the scroller. Woo! Oh wow, you can actually do those at the same time. I did not know that. Today I learned! So yeah, you might have noticed that there's a lot of things that I'm reacting to, like, hey, I didn't know that. I haven't actually done that much research into this game. I have done about 10 runs, and the game is really long. But the route is pretty good as far as we know it right now. It's just that there's a glitch that we haven't routed out properly yet, because it's really hard to do that for this game. We haven't been doing that many runs for a while now. By the way, shoutouts to Kaiserado for actually making this entire route, because I was too lazy to do so. He's currently, he was telling me he was working on a 100% route for this, because we agreed upon a certain definition of 100%, and we're thinking about that the 100% would take, well, at least 13 hours, probably longer, because there's just so much to do in this game. Okay, so we're almost at the end of the auto-scroller, and then we're gonna get a boss fight, so I'm gonna sit properly again. Now this boss fight is a bit of a pushover though, because we still have a bunch of slips. I'm going all the way to the right to spawn the boss a little quicker. So we'll just use a slip. I'm gonna actually save the other two right now and just hit him. So you want to hit these weird starfish things. I'm doing a pretty poor job of it. Oh my god. Wow. During this attack you can't actually hit him. So it's not worth to use a slip right now, because he isn't in his second phase yet, so he will only deal a certain amount of damage. So now he's in his second phase, so we can use a slip again. This fight is pretty bad right now. Yeah, that was not a very good fight. But it's fine. When in boss fights, the game will automatically give you all the money it can get. It does, even if you messed up big time, which is pretty nice. Makes for a good yen boost. Though I already have a lot of yen that I can use for later on. Okay, I'm actually going to do a short little shopping menu here. I'm gonna make sure I have a couple of L slips in my back pocket for some fights later on. Again, we have this nymph. Let me just power slash her to death. Oh, okay. I think I'm still right there. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, come on. Okay, good. I was almost too late. That would have been pretty disastrous. Oof, oof, oof. So the sage was the shrine was under attack or anything or something like that, and we fixed it. But the actual like sage is still wandering about, and he grabbed a Nanami from us because she's cute, and he's trying to, you know what, with her. So. So of course we are a responsible little dog, and we're gonna try and help her out because she obviously doesn't want to. So through here you're just power slashing somewhat randomly to try and find him. He has some pretty weird hiding spots. He's probably behind this. Yeah. And then in the other rooms, it's always the same. And he breaks the fourth floor here. Gives us a little heart. So cute. So here the where he is just set. You just power slash through this. You find that. And then you PS the bed. Which has some very suggestive movements. He's such a lolicon. And then we find them with Nanami beating the complete shit out of him. And he will end up helping us find our way to where we need to go. How about that? So now we're back on the Goryo. But there's a pretty big problem, is that the Goryo is currently being attacked by demons. So of course we have to save the day and kill all the demons. Because people can't fix their shit. So normally in imp fights you saw me use power slashes when there's more than one. However, these imps are a little bit more resilient towards it, so it's actually faster to just beat the shit out of them. And this is where you'll see me get really annoyed by Nanami's stupid fucking ability that throws enemies up. Also, that was, I think, only my first F-bomb in almost 4 hours. I am actually proud of myself. So here I do start out with some power slashes to get rid of their guitar things. I actually don't know what they're called properly. They're like Japanese guitar things. There's probably somewhere in the world currently like shouting at me like, "Oh, it's called this." Well, I just kind of forgot. Sorry. By the way, Rule, if you're still listening and awake, can you come over here and help me for a moment? Or are you actually not in the building? He is. Can you grab my kind of monster over there? You're a darling. Thank you. We are totally not sponsored, by the way. Or are we? Nanami! Oh, good. I was starting to get really tired. I'm honestly quite amazed how far I've been able to get through here without feeling this tired. I haven't made too many tired mistakes, luckily. Okay, that was amazing. So we just skipped through most of doing anything. We just walked by a lot of people getting annoyed. But not this old man. This old man has helped us in the past. So we must help him out. Or something like that. These fights are so annoying, dude. Another thing that makes these fights annoying is that the targeting system is so horrendous. It just, sometimes it feels like it's just picking a random target. Rather than a target you want. So what I'm kind of trying to do is get them in positions where I can quickly grab the items that they drop. Because in the end, yen is still important to this run. There we go. And being able to quickly grab their stuff also makes everything go faster. So now we only have 2 fights to go. This part is kind of annoying because those frogs have special abilities that like make you really slow. So you try to avoid those. Wait, there's 2 more to go? Did I miss one? No, not that one. I might have missed one. Not sure though. Okay, with these 3 it's actually worth again to use power slashes. Because there's 3 in one go rather than 2. As you can see, it takes forever though. Honestly, it's probably always worth. I don't know where I got the idea that it's not worth. I should change that in my brain. Whenever I'm tired. This is actually kind of bad because this is supposed to be the last one. Only one left. What? Which one did I miss? I got that one. I got that one. Which one did I... I'm going the wrong direction. Don't think I missed any. I got that one, so I don't have to go back here. I think I got the one on the top, didn't I? I got the one in the bunk beds. I got the one over there. That's the one I usually miss, but I actually got that one. This is bad. I know I got this one. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I got this one. Nice time loss. Oh well, it's fine. We'll be underestimate by far. Probably won't be able to world record anymore because it's just losing me so much time. Oh my god, I think I know which one I missed. Oh my god. God. So what I did was I just like kind of walked past this one because I wasn't thinking. I was supposed to fight this one. I am an amazing speedrunner. Oopsie. I feel like an idiot. It does warp you all the way back to the captain though, which is nice. So now we are going to go to the moon cave to stop Akuro from getting the blood of Orochi. So when we enter, when we get here, it is currently right after Amaterasu entered the moon cave. Darkness, please. So here's some backstory on Kuni that I can't remember anymore. It's actually a pretty deep story and everything, but I can't remember it. I just keep skipping the cutscene and it's just not something that stuck with me. So yeah, we enter here like right after Amaterasu has entered already, and we're gonna try and help Susanna out getting in. This it's like one of the plot holes in the original game is that it was never explained how Susanna actually got into the moon cave, and now it is. We helped him. Okay. So now we're gonna go in there as well, and there's actually some masks coming up again. So if you guys could help me out and like draw what you guys wanted, like post it what you guys wanted to see, because I can't remember them anymore. There were two things that Rule wanted to see. No, I'm not gonna draw Bork again. Go watch my world record vid if you want Bork. Want my shitty Bork drawing. So this is kind of an annoying fight, but luckily we have Gilstorm to make it a little easier. Oh wow, I usually don't hit him out of that one. I got lucky with Kuro's weird thing. I don't know how that what that looks like, Rule. I don't know what that looks like, so you're asking me the impossible. Resident Kinnin, that's too much as well. Self-portrait, sure, I'll try a self-portrait. Okay, cool. So this weird spin top thing can change into any of the 3 other spin top things. So it can be fire, ice, or thunder. Again, I like him to be fire or thunder because I can actually deal with those. And I get a demon's liver, yay. Which is useless. Who's that Pokemon with the mask? Probably. So here we go over this section. Here we have these scissors again. However, these scissors are more advanced. They actually take 2 hits to kill. And they keep hitting Kuro because he's a dick. So I'm gonna kill him. I said I'm gonna kill him. There we go. That only took too long. And now the vine isn't working. Good shit. Game! 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 Okay, I guess I have to wait a little longer. I saw a shadow before. Didn't know why it wasn't working. So when I'm using Vine to go over, I always try to pay attention to the fact of there being a shadow. Well, guess I'll go for a self-portrait first. There we go. Beautiful self-portrait. I don't, actually. I'm very sorry. I'll just draw a Bork then. Good enough, good enough, good enough. I'll take it. It's better than my last attempt. So now we gotta go all the way back over this part again, so we're gonna get annoyed again. It's like I'm in the game. Nice. Please. It looks horrible. So now we're gonna go to what, in my opinion, is one of the more boring parts of the run. It's not an auto-scroller. But it kind of feels like one. Welcome to Moon Cave, where we'll be doing a giant fetch quest, which is boring. It's really boring. So the main idea of this dungeon is the elevator in the middle. What you're trying to do is get the elevator to go up and down. And every time you do that, you get a loading zone, and it just takes forever. It's a really boring part of the run. You can actually get this key before the cutscene plays, but the cutscene plays regardless, so it's not worth doing it. So here we put Kuro on a button. We put Kuro on a button. We put Kuro on a button. Thank you. And that will cause the water to go down underneath the elevator so we can go down a level. Because what we're trying to find right now is some sake for the head imp that is like at the gate stopping us from entering. However, Kuro gets trapped. And we need a very specific key to try and get him out. So let's go find that key. And I gotta sneeze, so be prepared. Oh, God, that was a hard one. And then coughing after, great. I feel so good right now. So it's once again actually fine to lose ink here. I'm not gonna have to use it for a while. So yeah, we're helping the imps out create a beautiful soup full of weird stuff like eyes. So I held back a little bit there to make sure it didn't get hit by the giant knives. Don't like doing that. There we go. So right now all we're doing is we're trying to go down all the way. That's the first step to this puzzle, or this fetch quest, rather. So we have to drain the water further and further and further. And that takes a while. I'll tell you that much. The game isn't exactly fast about it either. Ouch. Whatever. You can actually cut through these. It's not exactly faster to do so though. So I just tried dodging them because like going into the brush does take a while. Going in and out. So you might have noticed that the way to travel down this elevator is by cutting the imp, making him lose control, because we're dicks like that. At least the music is somewhat decent, but it has kind of lost its charm on me now. It's just the same thing over and over again. Now we press the other button, so it goes down even further. Amazing. Such a good speed game. Sorry if I'm being somewhat cynical, but this is one of the worst parts of the run. There we go. One level down. Even further. So this is the lowest level you can go. It's our first real actual stop of the fetch quest. Everything else was just trying to get here. So here we have this tunnel that doesn't seem to lead to anything. However, if we examine this, it is a trapdoor, which is nice. Here's another one that leads us to the permission slips. The permission slip, we need that to be able to train against some demons. And if we finish the training course, they will give us the skeleton key. And we need the skeleton key to get Kuro back. I am actually quickly gonna go on top of this. Because if you go on top of a save mirror, it will restore all your health and ink. And I like having ink. So the way to go back up the elevator is by using Gillstorm, so you will have the strength to pull up or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. So we talk to this guy, and we're gonna go spar against some imps. Or demons, actually. They're not imps. Whatever, you get the idea. First just this one lonely green imp. And doing horrible. I'm doing horribly, my bad. Good English. So this time during the fights, I don't get a yes or no in between them, but you just keep going. Which is fine. I like it actually. It's better than having to pay attention to what buttons you're mashing. So on to the next fight. It's a little easier. Go. And that's the fight. On to the next. Here we fight against this guy again, so we start off with the Gillstorm. I wanted to jump that. Thank you for letting me jump that. And dodge. And I'm still dodging it. Oh god, I have actually died on this fight before, so I'm gonna heal myself a little. Which is bad because I kinda need health items for the final boss as well. I might just grab a little bit of extra, and then just buy a little bit of extra health items later. Probably should have just used the slip here for safety, but whatever. I chose not to because there's later on there fights a little bit more annoying. On this one I am going to use a slip because it's just too much of a hassle to deal with these two. In case they like turn into ice and I don't have proper ways to deal with them, it's just easier. And this one actually, this slip pays for itself because one L slip costs 3,000 yen, and you get 3,000 yen for the fight, so it's basically just a free use. I'll take that. And then we fight against this giant skeleton guy again. We got unlucky this time. So I just keep going at him. Now we're gonna use power slashes before he does weird stuff. Just finish it one more. There we go. That was pretty decent. So now we got the skeleton key because we finished training, so we can finally free Kuro again. Yay. So we're gonna go all the way back up. And because we're nice people, and there's some, like, people trapped in here, we're gonna be just freeing them as well, I guess. You're actually forced to. You have to free these people. Would rather not. It's really slow, as you can see. Oh well, we have to get through these 6 hours somehow. So here we save Kuro. He's all happy to see us again and everything. I mean, he is the bearer of my face. I should probably like save him. So now we can continue back to our fetch quest. Now, the problem is, however, is that we have to go all the way back down for the next item that we need. So we'll be stuck with this for a while. Just power slashing him to go down. And then really long loading zones. This is the biggest problem I have with this speedrun. Because this section is so boring. So go through here again. And we needed Kuro to guide us over here. There we go. And then we can open this. To go into the treasury room, as you will soon see. So here we get some very specific gear that is, like, it looks really weird. Oh, you already have it now, so you can't actually see it. Haha. And we grab a golden imp mask. Because which imp wouldn't want a golden mask? I sure wouldn't. White is a lot better to draw on. Those guys hurt. I've been able to dodge them for most of the time. Anyways, now that we have the golden imp mask, we can go up a little bit. Yay! So let's do that. I actually don't need that much ink anymore, so I'm fine with having this much. Okay, we should be on the right level right now. Yeah, we're on the right level. Alright, my bad. I should have known that. Just hold back a little bit. And got hit again. Nice. Perfect. That's what I wanted. That kind of screws me over for this part. Yeah, because I'll get hit anyways. I probably should have cut through those pieces of meat, but whatever. Doesn't happen very often that I miss that cycle. So here we give the golden imp mask to this guy. He gives us Orochi's secret stash, which is really, really good sake. And we just happen to know someone who wants some sake. So, figure, let's be nice to the poor imp. And give it to him. So we're going up one more level. We're going up one more level, game. Thank you for recognizing that. Then we're gonna talk to this guy. And we're gonna give him the sake. Of course he's gonna drink that. And what happens when you drink sake? Of course, you go to sleep. Because that's totally how it works. So now we can finally go to Orochi. And rather than having you just like spawn right there right now, I thought it was a good idea for you to walk this. Now with in the original Kami this wasn't such a chore because you can actually move fast. However, in Okamiden this is your speed. So this takes forever. Another reason why Mooncave is one of the most boring dungeons in this game. So we go here and we go into the scene where Susanoo chops off the heads of Orochi. Of course, we have to do it. Rather than Amaterasu, we actually have to do it now. So, remember that gimmick I was talking about, where you have to draw the line perfectly? This is probably the most annoying part of it, because if I miss a single one of these, I have to do it from the very beginning. And it can be really, really, really annoying about it. It's like things that you know would work, just don't. You have to do it on the line and everything, and it's a pain in the ass. That won't work. So whenever I think it just won't work, I just don't do it, because it just loses too much time over just redrawing it. So that was Orochi. We got to see Susanoo be cool. I'm gonna get to stretch it a little bit. Oh, that feels good. I'm actually gonna stand as well. Oh, that feels even better. Relax a little bit. Okay. Also, in the background, you see Amaterasu, or as we like to call him in this game, Buck-Eye Emmy, Buck-Teeth Emmy, because his mouth looks really stupid. It's pretty funny. So we saved the day. We managed to stop Akuro from getting Orochi's blood. So what does Akuro do? He goes back even further, this time 100 years ago, to the first time that Orochi was beaten. To try and get his blood then. So of course we are going to try and stop it. So this is Kamiki 100 years ago. It actually doesn't have the Konohana tree yet. It has a tiny little sapling. So we're gonna bloom that. I have to examine it first, my bad. Gonna bloom it, make it a little bigger. And then cute little Shakuya comes out. She is a cutie pie. Tiny little cube-shaped cutie pie. So, yeah. It's not much really to tell here, other than we're just moving around. So actually we do get here before Amaterasu gets here to defeat Orochi. So we do a few little things before, so we can do things. My brain is currently shutting down, so my commentary might be a little bad right now. Go over here to talk to Nagi. Hello, Nagi. How are you doing? And that's about it. That's all we need from him. It's just all to hit a few triggers so we can actually go outside. Oh, excuse me. So here we meet Nazo, and there's this boy lying somewhere, being all sad and stuff, or something like that. He tells us that, but he doesn't want to go out and give him some meat to beef him up again. And at the same time, he was sent out to run an errand to get some herbs. But he wants to get that done first. So he asked us to grab the herbs and come back to him, and then he will give us the meat to give to the boy that's lying somewhere. What a nice guy. He's got his priorities straight, at least. Here we get the herbs, or the herbs, I don't know how you say it properly, I don't even care. And we're gonna give it to him. So in exchange for the herbs, he gives us meat. Because we ain't no vegans. Ooh. Don't want to get into fights. So here, Kuro leaves us again because he has found his true mission or something like that. We have no idea what that true mission is. So he'll be gone for now, for quite a while actually, for about an hour or so, maybe even longer. I'm not completely sure how far off of how slow I'm being. So this is Mampuku. He's on a mission to save his mother, but he forgot to pack enough food, so he got really hungry and he needed some meat, so we gave him meat, and he is really fat. Oh, and I can't stay right now. Holy shit. So now we're gonna go to Moon Cave again, because that's where all the action happens in this game. Or does it? So to be able to enter the Moon Cave, we need some specific item called Amber. And we follow some people who are hunting for the same thing into this ice room. Or they're like, oh no, they're looking for certain foods to put into Orochi's appetizer. And we want to grab the amber, which is lying there. So here we inferno the ice before we get close to skip a cutscene, which is pretty nice. Because it's the cutscene where we get explained that we can use Mampuku as a source of fire, which is pretty useful if we're in an ice room. So another thing with Mampuku is that you can put him in a cannon, and through his fire you can fire yourself or him to the other side. Sadly, we have to vine ourselves to the other side because logic, rather than going into the cannon with him. Later on we will 9 times out of 10 go into the cannon with him, so whatever. So this is the 4-key door. Guess how many keys we need to open it? Yes, 6. So we go through right here to find those keys. This is like quite an annoying section to go through, but there is some... you can try and speed this up as much as you can. So this is another gimmick of Mampuku. He can go through these ice spikes. So we just guide him over there. And now we vine back to him. And now we wait a little bit for a piece of ice to appear. There we go. So that enemy that you see over there has a very annoying trait. And that is that it likes to grab your partner and like play around with it. Now what I did was the moment he noticed Mampuku, oh damn, I got a little unlucky with it in the end. I grabbed an item. Now, by grabbing that item, Mampuku keeps going, but the enemy for some reason stops. So by doing that, I can give myself a little bit more time. Wow, I didn't jump off. Cool. I gave myself a little bit more time to be able to react to him being a jerk. Now what I'm doing right now, what I'm trying right now, it's pretty hard, honestly. I should probably not do this for a marathon, so I'm actually not going. So you can, so when you're standing on these ice sheets, they will shrink. But by jumping repeatedly, you can actually stop the sheet from shrinking for a while. But it's pretty hard to do well. So I should honestly just not do it for marathon's sake. Wow. Oh. So here we have to press both buttons. Not much special going on. And that way the spikes will go away. And we can continue on to the next section. I hope I did that on time. It is actually possible to draw a line from Manpuku here. There we go. It is slightly faster to do that than to grab him and put him on my back and everything. So there you have that really annoying enemy again. That'll just grab Manpuku. I'll have to power slash him free. And now I want to draw from him again. There we go. The game can be quite sensitive about where you pick your first starting point. Come on. Okay, nice. I managed to grab him before the guy grabbed him. That would lose me more time, and I don't want to lose too much to it. So here I'm going to be needing some ink again, so I'll be using one of my spirit inks to get that back up a little bit. Let me see. It restores 5. Yeah, I got room for just using it. So these enemies freeze you, which is annoying, so we're just trying to avoid them. There we go. Not really much explaining I need to do here. Okay, I got wrecked. Nice. I love getting wrecked. Can I get out, please? Thank you. So this fight is really annoying. I don't really understand how this enemy works. Oh no, it's the other fight. Never mind, I know how this one works. This one's easy. There is another fight coming up that I don't fully understand. And because it does some really weird shit. I don't want to use fire, thank you. Use power slashes. I lied! Oh, excuse me. Hee hee. So here we have another sliding part. We go to the left here, otherwise we're gonna get frozen. I use fire on those two because I need that chest, because it has one of the keys. But we'll be back here in not too long, so I can just ignore it. I'll just wait for that guy to grab Manpuku, because it's easier to... It's faster to just let him grab him for a bit. Because he's gonna grab him anyways. Might as well just make it so that he moves Mampuku forwards a little bit. Then we just go through here. Can I? Thank you. So this is not that amazing of a puzzle, but you just have to go through it. And then we get another fight against an ice beast. Luckily we have someone who can summon fire from their heads. Oh yeah, I forgot how this attack worked. Wrong attack. Actually have to hurt him. And I no longer have ink. Yeah, this guy can be really annoying to deal with. But usually I don't have this much trouble with him, to be honest. Oh my god. Die already? Oh my god. That was really horrible. I blame my tiredness for this. I'm not doing well right now. It's also pretty damn warm right now. So again, just water that part. I'm just gonna wait for that enemy to grab Mampuku. Ah, perfect. That's right where I wanted him. Thank you. Now we're gonna make him grab the key. And we're just gonna wait. That's a pretty decent position. Don't want to wait too long. I'm gonna grab some ink here. I'm gonna need it for here. I'm gonna actually just let him try and go. Let's see if I can vine over real quick. Which I can, and for some reason this guy kind of leaves us alone almost instantly. Which is nice. So now we're gonna go back up here. So we can grab the final key. So now we have all 4 of the ice door keys of the 4 key door. 4 key door keys. Oh my god. And now we're gonna go back to it. I'm actually gonna go onto this save for a moment so I can get full ink again. Because having full ink is really useful. Now we wait for the door to open. Now we're gonna go deeper into the ice cavern. So this is a bit of a maze where you have to use the cannons to go through. So I'm trying to like go through the route that skips the most amounts of fights. Like this. Now we're gonna go over here. This one doesn't even have anything, so... Sadly, we do have to do one fight, but it's better than any other route, because any other route would give you 2 fights at the very minimum. So, it's pretty nice. So here, these enemies are clay soldiers. They're basically imps, so we just power slash them down. There we go. Pretty nice. Then we're gonna go over here into this cannon. The lag is strong in this one, by the way. You might notice it. Again, we go by in-game time, and the in-game timer doesn't count lag frames, which is nice. Then we go to this fight. This is the fight I was talking about with the guy I don't fully understand. So it's just easier to instantly start off with a slip. So that way he dies instantly, rather than you having to deal with his weird attacks. It's worth it. It's so much easier. Loses you like no time at all. And the yen route allows it, so that's the perfect thing. I actually have a bit more slips than I usually would, but I'm gonna try the jump strat here again because it's slightly easier here, I feel. Ah! I shouldn't have gone for that last jump there. That wasn't worth it. I was only gonna go for it once. Now I'm just gonna go for normal strats, which are kind of slow. Actually, I'm gonna do a few jumps. To start, it's still worth it. And I messed up. Ah, why do I keep messing this up, dude? It's pretty hard, but I do want to keep doing it. It is worth it. Okay, now I'll stop. Actually, I do have to get off here. I'll go over here for now. And then the final ice piece. You can actually do this in 2, but I kind of went really safe after me messing up so much. Hello, giant dragon thing. Sure hope you're not a boss. So here we use magnetism again to get these things together and apart. And then these things together. And this one doesn't go fully, so we have to jump. Those ice shoots that are coming down have a pattern of 3 and then a pause, so I wait for 3 and then I jump. So here Mampuku thinks we have actually found the amber that we were looking for. So we see what it is. Oh, it's just a poor pearl. Oh well, too bad. Guess we'll have to go back and see if we can find the ember somewhere else. So I have to backtrack through this part again. Okay, we made it. We actually made that. That was really close. Holy shit. So we're gonna restore our ink right here. Because, well, when I said, sure hope you ain't the boss, well, he is. This is Mizuchi. He is a dragon stuck in ice. Hello. And we start off this fight with Sake. So this is a kind of annoying fight. You really want to have Sake for this fight. Or slips, otherwise this fight can take forever. And I'm getting some really bad RNG here. So you want to hit him a couple of times, and he'll do that. I'm gonna cut that down. And then all the way at the end here, there is a cannon. So we're gonna put Manpuku in there and shoot him at the dragon. And we wait for one attack. Wow. I am getting some really weird RNG here. Usually you can hit him. Holy shit, piss off. Not what I wanted. Game. And my freaking sake ran out. I'm not sure if I still have sake. I guess I'll just go for. Actually, I can just check if I still have. Yeah, I still have 2. That's pretty good actually. It's a pretty high count. Like, this is what you can just do. You can just instantly start hitting him again after a cycle. That is what I've been trying to do, but for some reason couldn't. So now the dragon is kind of on to what we're doing here. So it'll do that. Funnily enough, during this part, you can actually still walk with Chibi. So I'm trying to put myself in the right spot. God damn, I was a little late there. And I was gonna do that. Wow, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Mizuchi, what are you doing? Holy shit, let me kill you. Thank you. Thank you, Kia. Mizuchi can be a bit of a troll boss. I have lost runs to this guy. Oh my god, this is a horrible time to sneeze. Ah, we're good. Ah. I'm gonna put my vest back on, actually. Put my hoodie back on. Don't really have much time for it though. Let me just say I want to put my hoodie back on. So here we find Shiranui frozen in ice. And we free him. Or her. Oh, that's better. So now we're gonna go back out. We got the amber, by the way, from Mizuchi. So now we can go back to the moon cave and save Manpuku's mother. Ah. So luckily for us, the moon cave isn't going to be that long this time. Where we don't have to do weird stuff anymore. We just go in, do what we want, what we came for, kill Orochi, and go out. Oh, come on. This is what I hate the most about this game. It keeps defaulting on no. Square, you think everything I do is lewd? So a funny story is, at one point I was on world record pace here, and I got a nosebleed. I got a random nosebleed right here, and that was really annoying. So it was like, I had to like, this was a part where you just constantly have to do things, and at the same time I had to somehow try to keep my nosebleed under control. Luckily I had like tissues lying around right next to me, but like my entire 3DS just got so bloodied. It wasn't funny. It was one of the worst moments I've had in speedrunning. So here Mampuku is like, hey, I smell food there, we gotta check that out. But food is slow, so. I know, right? So now we've finally seen Mampuku's mother, and you've seen that Mampuku is kind of fat. His mother is an incredibly slim and sexy woman. So we were all, so Chibi's all like, what? But she's being cooked, and we don't like it when people are being cooked. So we pull her out. This is not Amaterasu, this is Chibiterasu. Chibiterasu is definitely a he because it's the son of Amaterasu. The thing is about Amaterasu is that she's basically genderless, but she's referred to as a she because the sun god of Shinto religion is a she. I know, right? It was only obvious. So we saved Mampuku's mother, which is nice. And now we're gonna go and kick Orochi's butt. So Akuro is still here trying to get the blood of Orochi. Yeah. So we're gonna try and stop him from doing that. And once again, we have to go all the way up here. And it's so boring. So once again, we have to go through all this part. So again, if I mess any of these up, I have to start from the beginning. Oh, that was horrible. That wasn't gonna work. At all. Oh, come on. Nice. Now, during the Susano fight, we actually didn't have to do anything right here. However, Nagi is a little bitch, so we have to actually draw the final slash here. This really tripped me up the first run I did. And ta-da, we have beaten Orochi. However, now things go wrong, because even through all of what we've done, Akira still managed to get the blood of Orochi, and he is going to plunge the world into darkness. So we're gonna go after him into a certain dimension and try to help him try to stop him for one last time. Oh, by the way, also, apparently, let's do a little bit of shopping. Just stock up on L slips. We need those. So apparently Kuro has turned evil, which is bad. Yeah, they are. They are the worst. So now we're gonna go into the final part of the game. It's going to be somewhat of a boss rushy thing where you have to fight a lot of enemies. So that's why I stocked up on as many L slips as I could to make sure that I go through it as quickly as possible. Actually, I need to remind myself to buy a few holy bombs as well, I think. No, we're good. So here's Ishaku, who is going to help us out. Don't really need to know much more. So I did this so quickly that the line actually didn't appear yet. Like that. But that's fine. I know where it is. I barely miss it. So Akura has turned evil and Kuni has been taken over by Akuro, so we're gonna try and stop them. There's a very good reason why Kuni has been taken over. Sadly, I'm too tired to remember. I'm a great speedrunner. So now we have to do a lot of fights. Yay. So we're just gonna cheese all of these fights with slips because it's easier and faster. I have so much yen and I'll be getting a lot more yen. Like I had so much yen, let me rephrase it. And I'll be getting a lot more yen through these fights because I'm also going to be doing boss refights. And the boss refights give me a lot of yen. So I can basically keep using slips on every single fight and just speed it up. I did brush up on the story. Just, I'm so tired. Yeah, exactly. I know that much too. It's been a while since I got through that, through the story. Before doing this run, I actually wanted to finish the entire story, but I ended up, before like learning the speedrun, I tried to like try to play through the game again and get a feel for the story again, but I didn't get to this part anymore. So now we get Mampuku back, which is nice. Also, my brain is currently completely fried I am really tired. So I don't expect myself to be able to remember the story all that well anymore. So again, we just cheese all the fights with slips. If you ever want to see a New Game Plus run, this is basically how it works. Every single fight we just cheese with slips. Because it's easier. And faster, and because we have so much money. Like, the first time you're able to buy L slips, you literally buy about 99 of them. And you just keep those with you for a very long time. Yeah, I'll probably go and sleep after this run. So this is the first boss refight, which is Master Anura. So for this fight we are going to go into the menu real quick. And we are going to shortcut that. And I want to shortcut my polybugs. And we're going to use it. So here we actually don't use slips, because it's not really necessary. It doesn't speed up the fight that much. It's not worth it. The string of beats in Okamiden isn't that strong, because it doesn't give you extra attack power. So it's just a nice thing to have. So it's not that amazing. It's not the same as in Okami, where literally every single fight becomes one-shot fights. So, but the challenge. Oh, that's the wrong button. The challenge in Okami lies not in the Okami's New Game Plus speedruns lies not in the fights, but in the performance of KTs, which are frame perfect tricks. But that's a different game. There we have people at the door. So yeah, this fight goes the same as the first time we did it, only this time it goes a little quicker. So now I really have to pay attention to how much damage I deal to him, because if I deal too much damage, he will basically go back into the phase before he spit out this boulder. So I would like not to deal any damage to him right now, unless I absolutely have to. Ow. No, I don't think so. World record is actually good. Unlike this run. Like, I would have to finish in 15 minutes, and I don't see that happening. Honestly. But we'll see. So these buttons are special, only the partners can activate them. So I just quickly make sure that only the partner gets onto it, otherwise you get a little cutscene saying, oh hey, the button isn't working, maybe I should stand here alone. So we leave our partners behind every time, which is fine. So here we're gonna do some more fights, because fights are fun, yeah. Welcome to Endgame. Yeah, this fight. So we have to wait a little bit and hope we get lucky. Oh yeah, of course, that works. I completely forgot that. Okay, that worked. I don't want to waste another slip on this fight. Ouch. Stop hitting me. No, don't do that. What a bitch. And then he does that. Why? I hate this fight. Oh, of course, now he's... These guys are really annoying, as you might have noticed. There we go. Yep. Because that's the touchscreen.
Oh, okay.
So like that way you can just draw on the touchscreen with the stylus. That's the whole idea of Okami on the DS, which is pretty cool, honestly. It's better than Okami on the Wii. Holy shit. Oh, that was horrible. Worst port ever. I'm still amazed some people managed to fall in love with the game even through the Wii port, which is really nice. Like I am genuinely amazed by the people who can love it. This fight is just waiting and then using a slip. Oh, don't worry. In Okami New Game Plus, you can easily cheese fights. You can just use slips because you have about 80 of them and they will almost always kill every single thing. So... yeah, Okami on the Wii was just horrible. And the fact that it's faster for new game runs is just horrible. Yeah, the story is amazing, and I guess that's the main reason why people fell in love with it. But it's honestly the wrong version to have. If you want the right version, you should try and get the PS3 version, which is the Okami, which is the HD remake, because it just looks so goddamn pretty. God, I'm swearing a lot. I'm very sorry. True. Well, it's almost like night shift is almost done by now. It's now having Nanami back for a little bit. So we go on to the next part. More fights. Yay! So again, I'm a bit too lazy to deal with this fight, so we just water spout and stop. There we go. Thank you, oh great mighty rule. May glory be upon him. Hey, guess what we're doing here? What an amazing fight. So yeah, this is a taste of New Game Plus for this game, and this is why I don't run New Game Plus right now. Because it's really boring. Because currently the only appeal this game has when it comes to speedrunning is the fights. Skippable.
Oh.
In new game, for this game, every single cutscene is skippable. Well, there are like 5 unskippable cutscenes, but they don't last longer than 20 seconds. So it's actually not that bad. But the run is still about 5.5 hours long if you're good. Because it's just such a long game. And it loads really slowly, and there's a lot of lag. So yeah, we still need to find a lot of glitches, and I still need to figure it out. how Vine Clip works exactly and what to do with it. Yeah, there is a specific clip you can do that skips a certain part of a certain dungeon. And it saves like about a minute or so. So I really have to look it up how it works. And like the way it works, it looks like it can be used on other parts of the run. So we kind of wanna know where we can use it. So this is the bullhead fight. Again, we just do the same thing. We deal damage to him when we can. We wait for as long as possible for him to do his flop. So we can hopefully, yeah. Only have to do one power slash. And go on to the next phase. I'm actually gonna turn on that. It's a little early to turn it on, but it works out. Again, just cheesing him with slips. And then we're gonna go to the next phase. I think that should work. No, that's not gonna work. There we go. So for this one I have to power slash twice. Again. Can't sadly make it shorter. But at least I kind of make sure I don't have to do it 3 times. Well, Spider Queen already is a joke in New Game Plus. You just use slips. Oh, slips are pretty powerful. So that was the bullhead refight. We've got like 2 more refights to go, but there's only one whole section of a lot of enemies, so that's pretty nice. So we're gonna put Nanami on the button. And again, we're gonna leave her here, sitting pretty. Goodbye. And now we finally get the best character in the game. The best partner in the game again. Kuga! Freaking homing fans, man. Homing fans are the best. So we got to do more fights. Yay. Yes, yes I am. Oh my god, that fight was so hard. I actually had to break a sweat right there. Yeah. You actually have to collect all the coins. Nice. Otherwise you won't get out of the battle arena. Glaives are the strongest weapon. That's why I'm currently wearing a glaive. Then again, the rosary isn't actually out of the way or anything. It's just not as good. Oh look, enemies. Goodbye. Slips aren't actually enhanced by the string of beads, but slips are already so powerful by themselves that having a shit ton of L slips is already more than enough. Like you one-shot almost every single fight with L slips in original Okami, and in this game it is actually a little bit less, but you do one-shot like normal fights with them. The boss fights are a little bit harder with them. As you will see during the final boss fights. So I will be using a lot of slips during those. So here we get Kuga back. And get the homing pans. Okay, this one is a little annoying, but I got good luck for getting a fire. So I can do that, do that. Oh, there we go. Oh. I have time to just quickly check. This time I don't want to waste a slip on this actually. My slip count is getting a little low, so I would rather just use 3 power slashes. Mainly also because right now there's 3 of these coming, so I would like to use a slip on these 3. It's a little bit more worth, but it's not really worth it in the end. I'll get over here. Again, 1 L slip costs about 3,000 yen, but still. This fight is annoying. So I just instantly slip before he can do anything. He has this weird shield, and you want to avoid him having that shield because your slips can't go through shields because the game isn't that good, like, apparently. It's not original, Okami. So we're finally done with the little fights, and we're only gonna get boss refights from now on, which is nice. Makes me a little happy. Because the little fights are just really annoying to deal with. So once again, you just guide Kuga over. And just whee. And then we fight against Sen and Ryo again. Luckily, we only have to fight against the final phase. We don't have to do all the 2 other phases. So we get a little bit of a break with that. We do get some really weird patterns on the chest now, though, that we have to deal with. Oh, this is actually one I haven't seen him do in this fight yet. Actually. Huh, that's interesting. He usually does another pattern here. So again, manage the evil spirits. That's the wrong one. Goddammit. There we go. This fight becomes a lot easier with L slips, by the way. If you saw what I was doing earlier, you could see how much trouble I was having with this boss. So now we get to draw a pentagram. which is fun. That was a beautiful pentagram. That was the Sen and Riol refight. Oh my god, I can't speak anymore. Yes, very soon. Yeah, world record is no longer possible, by the way. I would have to finish in less than 2.5 minutes. No, the final fight alone takes about 5. Even with strats. So here we got the final refight, and then we can finally get to the proper final bosses. So this is our good friend King Fury again. Hello. Let me just start off with a slip. And this time we use Kuga to banish the evil from him. With her amazing Miko powers. Oh yeah, there's no cutscene here, so I actually have to glide her down. Actually, it doesn't matter, I just have to keep using slips. That was the strat. I wasn't expecting world record. World record is actually good now, so... This, if I didn't world record 2 days ago, this might have actually been able to get world record. Which is pretty crazy. So we got 2 King Furies again. Must look like Israel. But it's fine. Because we're done. Yeah. At least if I keep paying attention. There we go. I'm actually just gonna kill him normally. I kind of want to conserve my slips a little bit because I'm gonna be using a shit ton. I'm gonna be using a lot. God. Ah! I keep cursing. So here we get like 40k yen, so we can buy a lot of slips. And we're gonna use that to our advantage. The slips are good. Especially against upcoming fights. You want to have slips during the upcoming fight. So we're going to go back over to this merchant. And he is going to sell us as many slips as I can buy. Which is 24, which is a decent amount. I'm also going to buy some holy bones. Just in case I get hit too much. It's useful to have. So here we fight against Kuro, who has turned evil against us. I would like to not have to use an extra slip here. Yeah, I might be forced to go. Okay, we're good. He keeps saying, I'm not gonna hold back, I'm not gonna hold back. Or whatever. Yeah, okay, so this is why I bought some extra holy bones. I should be fine with the amount of health I have. One more hit. There we go. And that was Kuro. Then we're gonna go to the next fight. Next fight is Akuro. So, for this fight, there's actually not that much going on, in my opinion, but at the same time there is. So this is Akuro, nice hands. So you just deal as much damage as you can, and keep using slips. And at a certain points he will use this attack, where he's going to charge up. And you have to deal enough damage to him to stop him from doing that. Start off with a slip. And then we just deal as much damage as we can. And you just keep using slips to speed the fight up as much as you can. So sometimes he'll do these elemental attacks and you have to use the corresponding brush power to make him dazed. And that way you can deal a little bit more damage. So you kind of want to use your slips whenever he's dazed. Or when he is doing one of his super attacks. There we go. That should be it. Nice. That was Akuro. We have one more fight coming up, which is the hardest fight to do fast. So, okay. Kind of what happens now is that Akuro completely does some weird shit, basically, and copies you and makes a dark Chibi Terasu, who is going to fight you with Kuro on Kuni on his back, my bad. And Dark Chibi Terasu can actually use the brush, which is bad. So the way this fight works is you basically just have to try and deal as much damage as you can, which can be a little hard. So just use... Okay, and sometimes he'll do these elemental shields, so you have to use... Please, you have to use the right brush powers for it. And when you've dealt enough damage to him, he will do this. He will go to a... he will use the sun power to make it completely dark. Which makes sense. Because he's Dark Chibi. During this part where he's got these purple things around him, I cannot damage him at all. I just have to wait it out and try not to get too much damage. And near the end of it, right here, I try to hit him. And then I can use the sun power to completely stun him. Actually, if I hit him right now, I won't be dealing damage to him. So I have to make it... use the sun power to make it light again. And then you just try and hit him as much as you can. As you can see, the slips don't deal that much damage to him. Also, whenever you use a brush power, you can just counter it by drawing the same thing. And use fire again. That's actually nice. That is good RNG. That's what I want him to do. Because I can actually deal with that. He's actually using a lot of brush powers, which is kind of bad, because brush powers are slow when he uses them. I tend to not use brush powers at all when I'm fighting this guy, because it's just not fast. So here again, we just have to dodge his attacks. Ow. I said try to. This is why I bought some extra holy bones, so I could stay alive a bit longer. So I don't use a slip instantly when he is dazed like this, so I can actually dish out some damage with my glaive. Hope I was quick enough for that. I was. Okay, now he's got shield on again. Why are you using so many brush powers, Chibi? Seriously. World record had him using brush powers twice. This is crazy, a crazy amount, and it's just slow. And why does it keep being purple? Seriously. I'm getting some really bad RNG on this fight right now. Holy. This is not nice. Oh, stop it. He's using brush powers I've never even seen being used. That's how crazy it is. Whoops. Oh my god, Chibi. Stop it. Stop being such a freaking annoying thing. No way! What is he doing? What the hell? Just go into the fucking... Ah! Hmm? No. It's just... It took forever to get him into the final darkness phase. Seriously, like... Oh my god, I've never seen him troll this much. Marathon luck, dude. Dodged. So when you get really far into the fight, his drawing will speed up by a bunch. And that was a beautiful sun. Thank you for recognizing that game. That was a beautiful sun! Thank you, game! Even the game itself is just trolling me by now. And that was the chibi fight, so get ready on time. So now we get a whole cutscene about how Kuro is actually a puppet from Waka, and he gives his body to Akuro so we can finally kill him, basically. But we also have to kill Kuro at the same time, so get ready on time. And time. Oh, that's disgusting. So, the RTA time for my world record is a 5:33. So this is 9 minutes slower, but it wasn't a very good run. We'll get to know what the in-game time is after the credits. It's the main reason why my estimate is actually this long. So we can actually go through the entire credits to be able to watch what the in-game time is. Haha! So you have to be forced to watch the credits. Mwah, wah, 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 wah. Otherwise, Cruel will be mad that we're ahead.
Yeah. To be honest though, 9 minutes on a 6-hour run.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like that much.
So yeah, 2 days ago I beat world record by 16 minutes. So if I didn't do that, this would have been world record right now. But that run was really good because I didn't make a single big mistake. The most amount of time I lost on anything was half a minute. So it was pretty crazy. So I'm currently, by the way, mashing the select button to skip all these cutscenes. Because the in-game timer is still, I think, still running through all these cutscenes. So I just have to keep mashing until we get to the credits. Because here we got to see what happens to all of the partners, and it's very interesting not. And yep, they all got them Twitch the bugs. Also, to be very honest, I said that the estimate was this long because I wanted to watch the credits, but it was actually this long because I didn't think I would be able to get the time down this quickly. So I didn't think I would be able to do 5.5 hour runs of this anytime soon. Okay, so now we finally got the credits. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, if you guys don't mind.
It was I. I was the Kinnin all along. It felt weird having an empty seat here. I'll just be placeholder Kinnin. Look at my beard. This credit sequence is very pleasant though.
There we go. Much better. Good. Yes. I'm actually amazed how good I've gotten at that. Like, I even drank that entire, like this entire bottle of water I've drank during the entire run and half a can of Monster. So, I actually had to go to the bathroom for the last hour now. But I managed to suppress it and just keep going. I actually like, I really have to pay attention to how much I'm drinking before I start runs of this game. I was actually like sitting here drinking almost nothing for the entire hour before I had to go. I wasn't drinking anything. Yeah, and I went to the bathroom like 3 times just to make sure that everything was out of it. And well, it worked out. And I've gotten good at doing this because this is my, I think this is my 8th completed run now of this game, which is a total of like 50 hours put into this